I call this meeting to order, and will you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, are there any changes to the agenda?
I have one to bring up to the board. This is Nicholas Handy.
Yep.
So I was notified by David Dustin today. The board can pull the action item tonight.
Okay, so number 3, action item, authorization to spend the money from the Arthur Daniels Trust Fund. We're pulling that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have to go through a motion on all this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just to be safe.
Yeah, all right, that's what I thought. All right, so could someone make a motion to remove the action item?
I'll make a motion to remove action item 3, authorization to spend $2,200 from the Arthur Daniels Trust Fund.
All right, thank you, Charlie.
I'll second, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, John,
Aye.
thank you. Christine,
Aye.
thank you. Lisa,
Aye.
thank you. Charlie,
Aye.
thank you. Patty,
Aye.
thank you. Leisha,
Yes.
thank you. I say aye. That passes 7-0-0. That's pulled. Okay, there's no other changes. Then I guess we go to public comments.
All right, so I'm back. This is Nicholas Handy, Communications Coordinator and School Board Secretary. You'll notice on the screen a copy of our public participation, public comment policy. So if you would like to just read that before making a public comment, that would be greatly appreciated. First, last name and town of residence before you end up saying your public comment. And if you are digital, just use the hand raise feature at the bottom of the screen, and we can go from there. All right, I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so on to the discussion, proposed budget. We're just moving right along here tonight.
All right. Well, thank you for all of you who have chosen to come out tonight. That would be the school board and the budget committee and administrators and some public. We'll look over a few items having to do with the draft budget. There have been a few adjustments since the last time we talked, largely due to the busing contract. We do have with us Carrie. She's here digitally. So Carrie Broderick is here to answer questions. Jen Horn, overseeing student services, is online to answer questions. Our principals are online as well to either answer questions or to add something to comments at some point in time. Also John is here with us in the audience, so that we can be as efficient as we possibly can. So the overview is just a little bit, once again, a short graph or two just to talk about the difference between the proposed and the default budget. And we'll do that, and then we're going to talk about what would a default budget look like. And when we talk about what a default budget would look like, that's also giving you simultaneously the areas that we believe cuts could be made or would have to be made. That would help because with the board, hopefully, to kind of be able to weigh in what your thoughts are. In years past, we've been able to have budgets that have come below the default budget at times, or just a little bit above the default. Really, over the past 5 years, our budgeting has been nothing but impeccable, to be quite honest with you. And this year, I think we're in a good spot as well already, considering a lot of things, but certainly we have some other movement that we could probably make. And I will make some suggestions on some things that we could definitely move that I found out even today. So not so much a decrease in cost, but a different way of funding something that might allow us to do something different. What I'm about to share with you tonight, however, I'm going to preface before I put this out that this is not what I am saying we should do. I'm just showing you what happens when $800,000 to $1 million needs to be accounted for in this school district right here. And everything that we put forward here is educationally sound, so I wouldn't put anything in front that was not an educationally sound concept. Maybe even really great concepts, but something that should be totally not changed within a budget process and should be studied and brought to the board, from a committee's perspective. That being said, change happens, and if we get to the point of having a default budget, or should the board choose to say we need to come underneath the default budget like we have in years past, you'll understand a little bit kind of where the situations are going to have to take place. So the first slide here is just what I call a reminder slide that this district over the last 6 to 7 years, but I would say specifically last 5 years, has really made a concerted effort, a very careful effort to budget the best we possibly can. And if we have a situation where we can find other ways to pay for something, whether it be through federal funds or whether it be through just finding best costs and so forth, we've been able to do that, provide finances back to the community and so forth. There were some comments made about towns, and this is, from whether it be here in the last meeting or whether it be people coming to my office from Jaffrey or from Ringe, talking about the fact that town budgets are always very tough and that the school budget, has this kind of hold on a lot of things. Getting someone dropped off a document that was handed to me from Ringe about I think unfortunately less than helpful graph that was provided about taxes, implying that the rate really has a focus on the school. I don't know why that type of practice is done. We don't do that to the town of Ringe, and if we did, Jaffrey, we don't do that to Jaffrey. We want to play in the sandbox well. There have been times when our budget has come in and reduced taxes for both towns, this past year in Jaffrey, I think last year in Ringe, and so forth. We've done an exceptionally good job. I would compare what we've done to anyone in the region of how we've gone about budgeting and making sure that our budgets have stayed in a good space while providing what we've needed to for our learners. This year, it presents a bigger challenge than ever before. This is a very different year. There are a lot of unexpected costs. Things are rising even as we speak. So even though we're putting forward some numbers, we still believe it's a conservative budget because we think the numbers will be higher by the time our budget season comes next year. And so I just want you to consider that sometimes trending doesn't always stay true, especially due to the current state of affairs. I'm also going to talk about not money tonight as much as why we need to have certain things because of non-monetary situations, again, that are just very unique to our current state of affairs throughout the nation, not just Jaffrey and Ringe. If we look at the next slide, this is a simple slide. This is just the difference between default and proposed. We have been able to, over the past month, with the Finance Committee's help, get that $2 million, $1.4 million down to 800,000, basically difference between default and proposed. Some of that's because defaults come up a little bit due to some mandatory special ed costs that we've received. And some of it's because we've been able to pull the proposed down as well. This is a little bit higher. Both of these costs are a little bit higher than what we had last time due to the bus contract. Originally, we budgeted for about 3 or 4% lower than what we did. We did choose the better deal long-term for the district. It just happens to be a little more expensive in the first year. Again, however, years of having very, very good contracts, which has really helped the taxpayers in our community and our kids as well. So this right here is just the same as what you just saw, $798,663. Basically, $800,000 is the difference between a default and proposed. If you were to talk about the total operating budget, which includes another $25,000, I believe, for food service, then you're talking about a difference between about $8 and a quarter, so $825,000. So the questions that are asked is, so what happens if we have to operate with a default budget? Or what if the school board wishes to decrease the difference between the current proposed budget and the default budget, which is entirely in your power, and it may be the right thing to do. So I'm going to hopefully seek to answer the questions. Yep, that's fun. So if we were to look at the $800,000 amount, we would look at order of cuts, like where we would need to go about doing things. We have personnel in the SAU that in the tune of about 1.25 or $125,000 that we would end up cutting first. There will be and would be some controversy with some of this, but that is nonetheless, if you're talking about an educational system and what we need to operate and so forth, that there would be positions that would be, or positions and maybe partial positions that would have to be adjusted or removed from the budget. That would account for salaries, benefits, and so forth. They go in order kind of like away from the classroom to the classroom. Chromebook purchases, teacher laptops, copiers, those all fall into the technology area. Do we have Chromebooks? Yes, we do. Do we have enough for all of our learners? Yes, we do. Do we do some of them break, malfunction, things like that during the school year? Yes, and then we have some extra so we can give them out as we repair those and so forth. We have been good about getting kind of a cycle going so that we're taking things that are not working as well out of service and then adding new ones into the system. This is still a need. That being said, it's possible we could get away with it for a year. And if for whatever reason down in March, we come to a default budget and if we have funds to purchase, some technology or whatever that we could even utilize this year, that's the key, then we might be able to look at some of these 3 items. Copiers, we talked about copiers before. Copiers are a big deal. We went through and started saving some money over a long period of time, 5-year period of time last year. That being said, we need to keep on moving with that. We could stop that process in a year. It's going to just cost us more down the road. Teacher laptops, this is something we just seem to have just enough. And when new people come in to the organization, or if someone doesn't have the right device or doesn't have a working device, there have been gaps in time when that person has had the tools that he or she has needed in order to do the work that they need to do. And I mean, even to the point, I gave up my computer for a period of about 3 weeks to a month or so, because I still could get by with my other one, which was not functioning well, but it still did the job. It just took longer so that that teacher could have a working machine. Actually, I think that person still has it. So I just got a different one when it came in. Facilities, we have a paint and carpet cycle that's in about $60,000. When talking to the administrators, looking at the different numbers, that's something that it's not something we desire to come out. It is something that's in there as a cycle, and so that can go into the default budget. If we were to take that out next year, we would not be able to put that into a default budget, would end that whole process. There's some equipment that we could take out. There's also equipment in there that we need to keep in, like cameras, security cameras, which aren't cheap, and we need to upgrade those. Number 6 is an area that I think we've found that we might be able to remove without having to have this conversation right here. So we could take that $800,000 mark and get it down to about either a $720,000 or a $700,000 mark. We have something called the Durant Fund, and the Durant Fund is specifically for Conan High School. So there are items in this budget that are specific to Conant High School. They add up to, if you combine them all, close to something like $100,000. But we have $100,000 that we can use from the Durant Fund and remove these items from the budget so that we can decrease it by $100,000. That's what the money is there for in this fund. And I think that after talking to Carrie and Mr. Dustin, that this is something that we certainly can do. Those items would be centered mostly around STEM equipment. So STEM equipment, STEAM equipment, some furthering the construction, the building trades that we're doing, construction trades, I guess is that we're doing, to try to keep on making sure we're moving in that direction of improving our science, technology, engineering, mathematics pathways that we have put into place already. And then we still leaves us, we can take that out. So that's something that, once again, we can say, lower the budget by $100,000, boom, done. We can do that, and we can still get what we need in that area. The K through 6 teachers, I'll explain why that grouping as opposed to other people in just a second. But it does mean people, it does mean personnel. So when I look through personnel, I look through administration, I look through JRSSA, covered employees, and JREA covered employees. We've already taken some SAU employees out of this scenario right here. There might be room for another 25,000 in that situation as well. We just have to play it. We'd have to look closely. But it costs roughly $78,000 on average per teacher. So if you're going to remove a teacher from a position, some will be a little bit higher than that, and some will be a little bit lower than that. But 78,000 is typically the way that goes. And then you multiply that by, say, 5, and you end up around there. The reasoning for that area, and this might answer some questions about just the fact that enrollment has shifted. This is what has happened in enrollment at the elementary schools over the past several years. And so at RMS, we've had, these are based upon October 1 numbers, that we've had 356, 357, 375. We kind of was the height over the last several years. And then, of course, COVID came about. And then there was a mask mandate and things like that were happening. We know we had feedback when that took place. We also simultaneously had a legislature that passed, or at least within the last year, passed a voucher bill that probably has allowed some people to either homeschool while being able to pay for their services, or go to local private schools, religious or non-religious, and have some of that paid for. I know this because I have all the names of the individuals who in this community, they get money from that fund, about 55, most of whom I have not seen in our school district. So it's just extra funds, something to think about as the legislature this year seeks to increase that by taking away and stripping the income requirements so that it allows anyone to be able to go with that type of choice and have money go directly to either the family or the institution that they would want to go to. There are significant financial implications if that happens. But there are a lot of games being played in the legislature right now. And unfortunately, and I'll go on record of saying this, unfortunately, our Department of Education Commissioner is right there and is doing his very best to take away public education options and by doing a variety of things. He has been unfortunately not pro public education, and that's a weird thing to have in that position. Now, because of those numbers, there are some spaces where we can decrease staffing. Before we go to the next slide, let me reiterate that in normal years, I would have proposed the decrease in staffing. I knew these trends. I knew what they were. I know what our ratios are and so forth. I probably wouldn't reduce by 5, but I probably would have looked at reducing by 4 around there. And we're talking classroom instructors. We are seeking to change a model to add teachers in replacement of paraprofessionals for a better special ed model. So this model doesn't necessarily have anyone losing their jobs per se. It just does mean that you're going to have higher student teacher ratios, higher student ratios, classroom ratios. So the reason why I have not proposed any cuts in teaching staff for this year is, one, in the middle and high school, you can't. We had an increase by 50 to 60 kids in this school this year, and our classes are very full. So we have classes that we'll look at the policy that the board has on class size, and we're well within that policy of toward the upper end of things for the middle high school. On average, we're in a good spot, but there are times when we're up at 28, 30 individuals in the classroom. We have to keep on doing a better job to average those out. And I think with some of the moves we've made in counseling over the last year, that's going to be helpful, and that's already being started. We've had a little more difficulty in years past to get those numbers ironed out. There's really only one specific class out of the middle school, high school that has lower numbers, but it would be an arts type of situation, which we're in the process of trying to gain traction on and increase the arts. Not by necessarily increasing staffing there, but maintaining staffing and increasing the student interest in that area. So I think going backwards is not the way to go. So the only place to look from a staffing standpoint, because you're not taking custodians away. We're not removing secretaries, and I mean, it would be great if we could hire them. Administrative assistance and support have never been needed more, just especially over the past 2 to 3 years. Running a school, you've read in the papers that certain people are stressed out and so forth, and yeah, they are. I think they're stressed out everywhere. It doesn't matter what the profession is, but it is a special type of situation when you're working with kids and families and you have a variety of stakeholders that you're responsible for all at the exact same time. And which leads to the reason why I wouldn't reduce staff, and I'm not advocating for it, is because we have never seen a social emotional surge in the opposite of what we would want direction as we have over this year. Last year was hard, right? We all thought, wow, that's difficult. Much harder this year. And I think that what's helping, at least at the elementary school a little bit, is their ratios they have some nice ratios. They do 13 to 1, 14 to 1, 15 to 1. I recommend we keep it there another year. I think it's in the best interest of our children and in the best interest of our teachers' health and wellness to do so. I'm not saying that if we increased it, that things would go badly. We have very skilled, dedicated teachers. We have great teachers who, again, if you read a lot, there's another 3 articles out there from different places in the United States talking about how just the stressors and the complaining and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that people aren't stressed. I'm not saying that they probably don't have some grumbling here and there, but they see the job in front of them, they keep their heads down and they do the work that they need to do because they know here that they have to do what's best for our kids. And so I commend all of our staff that way. Our teachers have done a phenomenal job and continue, and I know they're tired. We go to the next slide. This is just some current information. These are current numbers. And we can go to the next one. This is RMS and JGS. They have 38 elementary classroom teachers. There are more than 38 teachers in those schools, but I'm talking about classroom teachers, the ones who are in charge of the classroom. So we can move to the next slide, please. This is a school board policy, IIB, class size. And we have made adjustments to this actually since over the last few years because we had this conversation. And kindergarten through grade 2, the district will strive to achieve a class size of no more than 20 or fewer. For grades 3 through 5, the district will strive to achieve a class size of no more than 25. And in the middle and high school, the district will strive in a similar fashion with no more than 30 students. Strive does not mean you can't increase and go above that. So that's important to note. We do have the right to be able to do that. But those numbers were chosen for a reason. We had a lot of discussion about that. So the numbers you're about to see are all fitting that policy. So with the understanding that 25, 30, and 20 are those target areas. So it fits within them. Okay, we can flip to the next one. These numbers for next year, they are what I did to get these numbers because we do have a little bit of uncertainty with numbers for next year. It is possible that our RMS, for instance, could decrease. Couple of years of COVID, there are some people who aren't happy that they're doing masks this year as much as they are. Also, in both JGS and RMS, there are other charter schools popping up over around the area that might be interesting to certain families. If the voucher bill goes through and it just opens up the floodgates of funds for all families, that could impact this. This is pushing those issues aside, saying, let's just take what we have this year, move everyone up a year, and then in order to get the kindergarten class, I just averaged out the typical class size and threw those numbers in. Because I think that's the fairest way to look at what our numbers next year are going to be without over exaggerating what they would be. Decrease a little bit in JGS, increase a little bit in RMS. It can go the opposite direction. Can you go back to that one? So model number 1 would be keeping the concept of how business is done at RMS and JGS the same. If you reduced teachers there to reach from that 38 to 33, you'd end up with 17 at RMS and 16 at JGS. Understanding these are just straight averages, it would allow them to still say, oh, we could take a 2-3 class and even those out a little bit by making them multi-grade if we wanted to. So there's still that room, but it doesn't change the entire schools to make it function differently. They do that now, at least in JGS, that's been a trend. You'd see that the ratios from 3 to 5th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade are underneath the 25, and that 2nd, 1st kindergarten. I'm going to leave pre-K out of this conversation for now. That area right there, they're underneath the 20. If you were to only have 2 teachers at that 2nd grade level, So there's, I mean, there's a possibility that you could remove one more teacher out of that mix and then somehow mandate that there would be a mix, you know, you could do something like that. And that goes right next into the next slide. You'd have to look at possibly as a excuse me, set of elementary schools doing things differently. I think we're entering a phase where things are going to get more and more expensive. And so how do we make sure that we are being as efficient as we possibly can across our schools? In elementary schools, because we have two of them and they're in different places, they're not in the same location. Sometimes we have smaller classes, one grade, and then the next year they're a lot bigger and you're moving people around, and you can decrease out of a school one year and then the next year have to add them back in and vice versa. And so that's a lot of movement. It doesn't create a lot of I don't want to say sustainability. It's a sustainable process, but it's not, the consistency perhaps is not there as much. So this changes the consistency a little bit, changes and improves the ratios for the most part, not completely. As you can see, the grades over there at JGS at the end with the 23, but still well within the area. You could multi-grade all of your classes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe there would be a variation to have a different type of process. And you could come out with, again, removing the 5. In this case, what you do is you because of the multi-grading, you could actually make room and take the 6th grade out of the middle school, putting it into the elementary school. 6th grade is quite frequently an elementary grade level and not middle school. Put that down in there, you could probably reduce a middle school teacher in that way to fit more of an elementary model. That's not a bad model. Again, this is a good model. I think that I'll talk about pros and cons with these things later, but that's another way to look at it, so that if we removed those from the individuals from this area, we can achieve class sizes that are within the board's purview. Yes.
But Ruben, do you have information that class sizes impact social and emotional well-being?
Well, we definitely have looked here 2-3 years ago, and the reason why this policy was changed was because there was data. Well, there's two camps of research, but we chose the camp of research that shows that class sizes of 17 and under really are the way to go for K-2 at the very least. We try to make that happen K-3. That's what we've been really making certain to be more careful with over the years. Social emotional, you know, I think that there's two things that help significantly. One is you need to have school-wide processes for how business is done, so there's consistency. That's why we're instituting the MTSSB model over the next several years, district-wide, because it would help up here as well. Also, you know, training certainly, but I think when you get into class like schools where you have 1-2 classes in that grade level, and you end up having a saturation, perhaps a little too much of a saturation of some learners who have higher difficulties, it can derail a class. So that we have seen that be difficult in the past. This right here takes a little bit of that away, but it adds a challenge of teaching a broader curriculum. And if you haven't done that before, there are learning milestones on the part of the educator, and at the same time trying to make sure that socially emotionally things are in good order. I think that can be tough. So I don't have a lot of research necessarily on numbers and social emotional. I just know it's why I said social emotional well-being for adults as well as kids, is because I think the adults need to be able to have manageable scenarios. It is a markedly different clientele than we had 2 years ago. I think we'll get back into a good space. I think we're actually moving there faster than a lot of places because we have had consistency more than than some places. New Hampshire in general, I think, is probably doing better than a lot of states. Doesn't matter. It's still very different than what has happened, and it's very stressful. The next model takes into consideration a little bit of that as well, John, and this is, again, I love this model. It's one that, well, again, really should be researched by a committee of individuals to say, this is something that we should go to. This is one that is perhaps the most, this would stand the test of time from a standpoint of enrollment going up and down, up and down, up and down. Because what you'd end up having is, this is taking your two buildings and using them differently. You could make, for instance, RMS a lower elementary and JGS an upper elementary. And by doing so, whether it's K through 2 or K through 3, that could change. We have the space enough to alter and put 3 through 6 or whatever in JGS. In this model, what you end up doing is you take pre-K out of the schools. Well, in this model, you could put pre-K back into JGS if you wanted to, but you take pre-K out of the schools, you put them into the high school area so that there's an additional educational component for our own kids here, and extra support for at times for those preschool teachers from our own kids. But that's a philosophical and an educational kind of decision. This right here, what this does is it puts all of your kindergarten kids in one place, all of your first graders in the district in one place, and all the way up through 6th grade. What that does, first of all, it allows you to actually reduce staff by more if you wanted to, because you get the ultimate level of efficiency. And if you had like 5 or 6 schools and you combine them all, you'd see a much bigger one. We only have a couple, and you get some efficiencies. There are significant benefits educationally, for this, from the standpoint of all the first grade teachers being able to talk to each other and move forward and do their PLCs and all that. So these are all possibilities. There are things that could happen. So it can be done. That's a lot of work and a lot of changing. The same thing with the model before. That's a lot of shifting of thinking that has to take place on top, just to get the class ratios to be right. Because whatever we do, we're not going to let the education go down, but we are doing it at a cost, is kind of my point. We're doing it at a cost of having to shift things around and see what it is we can do and what's the best avenue. In this one, you may not have a community that would even support this. This would certainly, you basically take away the need to have transition problems, in the middle school, because the kids would already have been with each other all the way through. But there are downsides to it as well. So if we can move to the next one. If you look at possible advantages, number one, again, the model I'm saying is right now, let's say the course where we're at and not make those cuts. But if we were to make those cuts, if this is what we think we should do, because there are a lot of reasons why we budget, we can keep the current structure. You just will have some higher class sizes across the board in most places. They will be within the policy of the school board. Second model, you get better class ratios. You can keep your current grade span. You could choose to add 6th grade to that mix if you wanted to. I know that there was some interest years ago with 6th grade not being with the middle school, high school. There are reasons, to do that. They are very much elementary and for the majority of the year. It may allow for greater differentiation, may. And then model number 3, it gets all of the people in one place. So it's social emotionally for teachers, might even be better. Once you get past the fact that people will be changing buildings and leaving cultures, it could be. If we go to the next one. Disadvantages certainly of model number 3 is you might have a loss of identity. RMS is RMS, right? It wouldn't be the same. JGS, same thing there. Transportation logistics. I do think I figured out a way to be able to do this if need be with our current busing, but I have not had in-depth conversations with our bus company about this. It would require some time change of schools in order to do that. Disadvantages of the second one, significant shifts, and I mean educational shifts in a short period of time. Behavior difficulties could be if it's not carefully scheduled, you know. And then model number one, we already talked about the increased class size, increased potential for behavior difficulty. I think that's when you increase the numbers, you increase your chances for behavior difficulties. That's where you're at. And you get a slight decrease in personal attention. So from a dollar standpoint, it's not hard to get to the default budget. I did not have a difficult time finding that money. It's just that money has consequences if we were going to remove those. And so I can't in good conscience, just having been in the schools and also reading what I'm reading across the nation right now, I can't in good conscience think it is the best move to decrease staff at this point in time. I do think that after doing this exercise over the weekend and last week, that it is not a bad idea, because I think that we're going to have continued issues with population decreasing potentially in the elementary schools. I think that's a very good chance with some of the legislation that's going out right now, that because it's going to really target the elementary more than anyone. And if that takes place, we're going to have these conversations, these more difficult conversations, but we need to have them with everyone involved and saying, what's the best way to go? What's the best educational approach? What's the way that's going to make sure that we're both accomplishing our fiscal responsibilities as well as the best way to take care of our staff and our kids in our community. If it has to happen faster, then we'll deal with it. So off the board, I mean, right off the board, I say we can cut this by 100,000 based if we're allowed to, if we're able to use the Durant Fund. That's the last of this right here. I know other topics and numbers and conversations that I have that are of a more specific nature are centered around warrant articles, and Carrie will want to get into that conversation. But we have numbers and concepts, because I do think that as we talk about this and we make decisions about kind of where to go, we do have to consider that there's a teacher contract that is on the warrant. And we know that that is in the tune of the first year of $455,000. It's a 2-year contract. Second year, I think, is around 393 or 395. The other is that we've been talking a lot about facilities improvements. We do have an opportunity to continue on with HVAC work. We have identified windows and doors, largely for ADA purposes for the doors, and also just because we have poor insulation on the windows and also rotting windows and things of that nature. And then there are bathroom upgrades that we talked about as well. That we probably can't do all the bathrooms. That's not going to be feasible. That's just a lot of money, but we can narrow it down to the essentials. It's a lot of money, no matter how you cut it. And maybe you'll decide we can't do that on the warrant. I do think we have choices for how we put it on the warrant this year, though. We got some updated advice about possibilities. And then we have, other conversations on there, but it's important to keep that in mind, because that's what the voters are going to look at as well. And will voters be choosing, saying, I can pass this one, but I can't pass this one. I can pass all of them, or I can't pass any of them, or whatever. So we do have some thinking that we're gonna have to do, what's the budget that is going to be best able to help us, for instance, pass a teacher contract? That's an important warrant article, especially now, to pass.
So.
Thank you, Marcia.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to hear from the board, any thoughts they might have at this point about what we were just presented.
John had his hand up, Marcia.
Oh, sorry, I can't see that because
Oh,
it's too
okay.
tiny.
I'll let you know who has the hands up. Yeah.
Okay,
So, John.
thank you. John, go ahead.
Just want to ask a question, since
Yep.
the effort to get this budget down closer to the default budget, you've shown a number of things there, and of course, the 5 K6 teachers are a major portion of what you put in there, $390,000. Is there a scenario where you could do something with a smaller number of teacher reductions? For example, if you eliminated 2 positions, does that work educationally, or is that not work?
So, well, I mean, if we go back, can you go back to the slide? Let's go back to the slide that has the, let me just pull my spreadsheet, it'll be faster. All right, so if we looked at keeping the model the same. Okay, and we looked at, say, this was currently at RMS, they budgeted for 20, and we put that down to 19, and JGS, they budgeted 18, we put that to 17. Is that kind of the idea? If we were to do that, I mean, you'd end up reducing, you probably do the 3rd grade in JGS, and you'd get it down to a 15-to-1 ratio in 3rd grade from a 23-to-1 ratio. That's what, if you were to add, a person back into the mix. So yeah, so your kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade would be underneath that 20 area, and it'll be around that 18 to 17 mark. And so I think that that's certainly something to consider. I think if you went to RMS, I'm just picking the highest, numbers, like with the 3rd grade again, and added a teacher back in the mix. Well, if I added 2 teachers back in the mix, because that's really what you're telling me. So you're only having 19 instead of the 20. You'd end up having ratios of 18 and below across the entire school. And that would take away ratios that would be 23 and 24 at 3rd and 4th grade. Again, they may, mix some classes here and there to reduce the ratios, but that's the idea. So you can see that adding 2 more people back in, has significant changes on the number of kids within that class.
Did that answer your question there, John?
Yes, and I'm not advocating for that, just trying to brainstorm what are the choices.
If you did that, the highest, based upon our projection, the highest ratio would be JGS 5th grade at 21.5 kids per section if we did that. So if you reduced 1 from JGS and 1 from RMS.
At what level? Did you say 21?
It would be at the 5th grade level.
Okay. All right.
And so just from a finance point, 78 and 78, so that's 158,000, I think, right? 156,000, sorry. So that's 156,000. If you were to only remove 2.
All right, since the image is very small for me, how about if I just go down the line and say, okay, so John, you asked your question. Christine, do you have a question or a comment or anything?
Not at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Lisa?
Nope.
Okay, thank you, Charlie.
I think that we should propose the most effective and the most efficient staffing model that we believe is the right way to go. I mean, if we're looking at 3 different models and they all have advantages and disadvantages, but they all have costs and cost savings involved. So from my perspective, I'd be looking at what is the least cost, most effective model? Whatever that happens to be. And if it requires a committee to get together and propose that in order to fit it in the budget, then that's what we would have to do.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Patty?
Well, first, I have a question on the screen, the slide that's up right now. There really isn't enough information. I don't really know what I'm looking at.
Oh, that's just current numbers.
Current numbers of what?
Kids in the classes in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade. That's just to show, we have 41 kids currently at RMS in 1st grade.
Oh, okay. So if you put the 2 together, then you get the total amount for that.
Yeah. You,
Like, okay, sorry. I
that's
really,
it. You
it
have
wasn't-
97.
it really, I did not know what I was looking at here.
No, that's fine.
So I understand what you're saying, Charlie, about the models, and I appreciate thinking out of the box. I do, in terms of like the schools and how they might in model number 3. I mean, that seems like a really like, let's blow apart the box and get out of the, in terms of change. But I also think that a move like that would require like a very expensive change from a standpoint of like, if we were talking about numbers of how much time it would take for teachers to move classrooms, essentially moving grades from one school to another school sounds like an entire summer's worth of epic changes. And that doesn't sound efficient to me at all in any way, aside from the cultural aspects of changing schools. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not ready for model number 3. I don't know. I'm also not comfortable exactly with the numbers of 23 and 24 kids in the 3rd, 4th grades. And particularly if we're going to dump some more kids in 5th grade in larger classes, I'm uncomfortable with that as well, because we already know from the education committee, we need more time on math, science, prep before they get to 6th grade. So adding larger classes at that, I think it's going against what we're trying to do on an educational level. So I don't know, I'm at a loss in terms of why we would want to change the number of teachers at this point. And I'd rather find the cost saving somewhere else. That would be my opinion, but. And I understand the pressure. I understand the trends and the costs, and I know that the money's got to come from somewhere, but I'd rather it not come from teachers.
All right. Thanks, Patty. Alicia?
I don't have any comment at this time.
Okay. So my thinking at this point, personally, I philosophically like models 2 and 3, but that's just me. And I know that as a teacher, if you're going to teach in a model like number 2, that can be quite a paradigm shift in the way you approach teaching and learning. I think it's the right shift, but it's not one that you can just, say, here's how it is, boards made this decision, now implement it, because that's not how people's kind of, it's not how it shifts. That's not how people are going to make the shift. I know that many years ago, we did do that in the 90s. And I know that some people had the different philosophical and they could very easily do the differentiation. And then I know there was another teacher who had, like, half the kids that were in one grade, they sat on one side of the room and the other grade sat on the other side of the room. And they literally tried to teach two curriculums that way, rather than just differentiating and teaching through concept and things like that. And I would hate, number one, for a teacher to do that. I would hate for the students to be in that. So personally, I think if we could do like a model number 4, which is some kind of morph of model 2 and 3, that would be an ideal place to land. But I don't think that's a 1-year jump. I think it's something that has to morph and become. I guess I'm looking, if we went with model number 1 and start saying now, look, we're going to have some multi-ages in order to keep the numbers down. So, at RMS, you're going to have a 2-3, and you're going to have a 4-5 in order to keep your numbers down, or a couple, or some variations of there. Or maybe it's a 2-3, a 3-4, and a 4-5. I'm not really sure. And, you might have to do something similar at JGS. But I think we need to keep talking about these other models, because it's going to happen. It's got to happen sooner or later, because of exactly what Charlie said. It is the more cost efficient. And if you get the philosophy right and the practice right, it is a better instructional model as well. But you have to get everything, all the ducks in a row in order for that to be a positive change. I know, where I grew up as a kid, they did this kind of shift 20, 30 years ago, because they just couldn't afford the small neighborhood schools anymore. And they had to consolidate schools, and they had to, look at a different model. I think we are going to have to. I'm just not sure it would be the right thing to do a leap like that right now. I would say we need to start talking about it, telling them it's coming, get ready. And in another year or so, start making more of those shifts. I think if we took model 1 and started with multi-age classes, doing some multi-age classes, and I know some have been happening, but if we kind of did a few more and then start talking about these other models and have the teachers really involved in structuring that there would be a much better transition for teachers, and therefore a much better experience for students. So that's my thinking right now.
And just these models, like 1, 2, and 3, these are just base concepts.
Right.
They can be, like you said, they can be blended.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just.
Can I, Marcia, this is Lisa, can I add something?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I do have a comment now. It's interesting having these conversations with budget time, because there are 3 pieces of this that do excite me. And I really, I agree with you, Marcia, that this is a big conversation, but there are some pieces that are really exciting. One thing that really excites me is the idea of moving the preschool to the Conan area. I think that if we can get our high schoolers more active with preschoolers, that is a huge benefit as far as giving them some career options and getting them involved with them. I think it'd be amazing to have the preschool back in this building. I think that just has incredible promise. for workforce training, hands-on and connections. I think moving the sixth grade to the elementary school makes a huge amount of sense. It really is. It feels each year, it feels a tiny bit more disconnected from the seventh, eighth plus grades. And I think moving them, especially with COVID, with the social emotional issues we're seeing, putting them into the elementary school for one more year and keeping that strong there, it makes really good sense. And the third one, Ruben, do any of the classes do multi-grades at this point?
Yes, there are plans next year already. So that's why I say there's a little bit of blending already. Because we are going to pilot in a couple locations, a co-teaching model, meaning we'll have a special educator coming in and working with another teacher. Those are selected very carefully based upon population, not just numbers of population, but the makeup of the population. And so in 2 out of the 3 scenarios in the elementary school that we're going to pilot, they will be multi-age.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
And that's based upon the IEPs that are
Right.
in place and the level of the IEP.
Mhm. I work in a district where I work daily with multiple multi-age classrooms, and I can say categorically there is differentiation happening. That is, it's such a powerful way of teaching that you're able to really target the kids and say, this kid really works best with this group. And it is a very exciting model. And I really think we need to, to really promote it. And I'm seeing it happen across the state more organically, like looking at these two classes and just saying, this just fits better if we mix these two. But yeah, it's, one of our schools, we had a separate third and a separate fourth grade, and both the teachers were completely co-teaching and realized we simply need to mix our groups and do this well. So, it can happen organically, but I love that you guys are starting to model it. I think that this is definitely the way to go. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else who didn't have a comment before have any comment now? Okay. All right. So are we going to dive into this?
Well, so if I were going to, say, we've put some things on the table. The board, I think people have an understanding. I know the budget committee probably has some thoughts and questions and wants to speak as well. That, we're all conscious of taxes, of the budget and so forth. So, in the end, what I'm hoping is that we'll have a number that we think that is going to be good for the warrant and a charge to find a way to get there, barring whatever stipulations you have. But right now, if we were to get the default, that's 800,000 plus. That seems to be the direction that would likely get us there. Doing a 5,000 here, 2,000 there, and all that doesn't get you there. Mm-hmm. But if you're fine with us taking out the 100,000 or 80 to 100,000, I guess it is, but we have 100,000 in Durant Fund that we can use. We can take that away right off the top right now.
I think personally that makes a lot of sense. Anyone other thoughts on the Durant?
I do.
Laurel has a thought. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yep. Please.
Thank
There's a
you.
mic there. There you go.
Thank you. I would say that it would be helpful to have more information, specifically what is anticipated to be expended from the Durant Fund, not the quantity, but what is it going to be used to buy? The last time the Durant Fund was used, I believe it was to upgrade this room that we're in now and to make it the really nice space that it is. With $100,000, I believe you're expending not just from revenue, but from principal.
I think it's all revenue. I believe, Carrie, Marcia, is it all right if I ask Carrie?
Yeah, absolutely.
Carrie,
It's all income. The Durant Fund, we can only spend from the income. So it's all from the income.
Okay, I think the board can vote to spend principal, but that's terrific that it's increased that much in less than 2 years. Congratulations. But I would hope that the Durant Fund would be used for some, highly visible benefit to the school and the community, and not for small equipment that has a very set life.
well,
Thank you.
so just to kind of, I would be talking about equipment that would have a set life. So as you listen to all the conversations and so forth, what it would be STEM construction tech equipment and supplies, around $35,000 of that. And about $65,000 to increase supplies or equipment, sorry, for art, music, library. So that's where all that, it's all kind of in the same category, but they are going to, it's not a room that's going to stay here and be memorialized or anything of that. That's not what that's about. So that you're aware of that. If you'd rather say, no, let's wait for the Durant Fund to be, focused on something completely different than that, whether it be an outdoor educational setting or something like that at the high school, whatever that might be. I don't know. I don't know what it all can be used for. But I think it has a little bit of a leeway as long as it's for CHS.
Okay.
So Marcy, this is Patty. So I'm looking at the definition and it just says to support the high school. It doesn't say it needs to be, it doesn't need to be prominent or substantial in its, I guess I'm wondering what Laurel's getting at in terms of if it's something that benefits CHS, what's the concern that it needs to be something big?
I think Laurel's concern, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it be more long lasting. And Laurel can address that.
It's not often that you have that amount of revenue from the Durant Fund to expend. If it's years to accumulate, it would be great if what is purchased at least lasts long enough that you have that much money again.
It does take time to get up to that point. Yep. I mean, that's another thing to consider. 100,000, you can do some really neat things with that as well. But these other areas are areas of need. We could gamble, and say, all right, let's take 100,000 out or 200,000 out and see if we have the funds this year to get some of these pieces of equipment that we could, start to utilize toward the end of the year. You really want to make sure that you can buy stuff that you can utilize this year with funds. That's kind of an important thing. But
I guess my question on that is, so if it's replacing items we need, then it just seems like it's a debit and a credit as opposed to something new and something different. So is it something that we need or is it something that we'd like? as far as using the Durant funds, I guess, because you're saying, well, we would do something new and we would do something new and we'd do something new with it, but that doesn't sound like something that's imminently in need.
No, I think you have a great question. Let's, David Dustin, I believe, is on the line. If he could be patched through, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I can patch David through right now.
All right, David, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. All right. Why don't you speak on this?
So what I'm understanding, the amount, the items that Ruben is referring to that could be shifted to this, it's a combination of a few things. One is some library improvements. I would rate them as in the need category at this point. We've got some really outdated furniture in there that's kind of falling apart after the amount of use it's received in the last few years. As the collection has grown from the merger of the middle high school, we have things that have been left in boxes. For example, we haven't been able to catalog and put on shelves appropriately, and the use of that space is just dramatically increasing. So could we go a year without purchasing additional shelving, some furniture? We could, but it is already having an impact on the usability of that space. So that's one of the items that we had put in the budget for next year that I think Ruben is referring to that could be supported by the Durant Fund. The STEM purchases that Ruben's talking about deal with the STEM pathways that we've started rolling out from this current school year that we're in now. Next year, we have some additional elements of that. Our computer science program, for example, is slated to gain some cybersecurity courses, 2 stages of that, and a design and modeling course for computer science. And that comes with some pretty substantial equipment purchases that are part of that program growing. That is a need if that program is going to continue. If we're going to move beyond the fundamentals class that we created this year and keep that really, in my opinion, essential element of learner education in STEM, we need that equipment to be able to do that. And the sustainability course is also looking at adding. This year, we just had the fundamentals course, which we were able to use existing equipment. Next year, we're looking at, I think, 5 additional courses being added to support the rollout of that STEM program as well. So these could, I guess, be categorized as a want in the sense that we can function without them with the existing programs, but that would disenfranchise learners from continuing in those 2 pathways. And we've set those up, as something that's going to continue to expand for our learners. So I think those are the areas we're talking about, for the next year.
Right. It almost sounds like not exactly seed money to get these pathways really going, but kind of that next step.
Yes, exactly. The next step to growing beyond just the foundations courses.
Right.
And I'm not sure if this counts or not. I haven't really connected with Ruben about the fine details of some of these pieces, but we also proposed some classroom furniture rotations for next year. We have an entire classroom that's using old computer tables right now, and about half of it is folding chairs. And that's just a symptom of, we had a classroom that never had furniture. The teacher had been using a model that didn't require that. And with COVID, that obviously changed. And we've added an additional classroom as well to support the world language. So we were looking at some furniture needs, and I'm not sure if those would be Durant Fund purchases as well, but those are definitely needed going into the next year, one way or the other.
And sounds like could be used this year if
Absolutely.
we had it.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thanks, David.
You're welcome.
All right. Just going to go down the line again and see if there's any more comments. John?
No, I mean, I like the idea of doing what we can to get this budget under control. We have, it doesn't seem like our budget is increasing that much, but we do have a taxpayer problem. People are going to see this as an increase at a time when we have an agreement with the Jackson Revenge Educational Association to pass substantial facilities needs. So, it seems like there's separate pieces here. One is our budget. We want to make sure our budget gets passed so we don't get left working with the default budget. We want to get these different warrant articles passed. And we just have to take them one by one and come up with a strategy.
Thanks, John. Christine, any thoughts at this point?
Well, I appreciate David's comments, and it seems as though the funds would be used for what I would consider more durable goods. You know, it's not as if we're buying X of pencils or even textbooks at this point, but they would be used to purchase more durable goods, which would help grow our educational programs and doing that in a way that wouldn't cost our taxpayers any money. And so I do appreciate that, and I appreciate his comments.
Thank you. Lisa?
Yes, David, thank you for your comments. I wanted to ask, Ruben, David, why aren't ESSER funds being used to put furniture in a room that needed to be created because of COVID? Why would there be folding chairs and no furniture and not the right furniture at this point? Can ESSER funds be used to fix that more immediately?
So I mean, John, you know where our furniture is at right now. Do we have, I don't know the furniture situation in the school. So that's a tough one. There's two things. One, to answer your question about ESSER funds, we have set aside right now and written for HVAC work. So to purchase chairs out of that would be difficult to do so. But are we at a spot where we have, I mean, and maybe David can talk to this more as well if he wants to. I don't have a lot of information about this specific situation.
Yeah.
Existing in the bathroom, there's no furniture stored anywhere that's going to get rid of it, junk.
Yeah.
So there is no excess furniture. What David has in the bathroom, we don't have.
Yeah. And I'm not sure that this specific situation, we lost furniture due to COVID. But David, if you can kind of,
Yeah,
you
I
want
mean,
to answer the question, that would be helpful.
yep. So two kind of things happened simultaneously that created some of our furniture challenges. One are that this year we went back to having all of our learners in person. So last year when we had to sort of, I guess, use furniture in a specific classroom that hadn't used it for years, that wasn't an issue for last school year because we only had a maximum of 18 learners per classroom. So it wasn't something that would have been necessarily budgeted for in this current budget year because it wasn't something that would have been projected as a need. But as we came back to filling the classrooms back to full capacity and sort of saw an addition, the world language classrooms getting added into the fold, that's where we realized how strained we were going to become on classroom furniture that really hadn't been replaced. We haven't had a replacement cycle for our classroom furniture in the middle high school for at least the last 4 or 5 years that's actually been adhered to. So it sort of created a double whammy there. And then as the board knows, with some of the unexpected maintenance items and things this year, our ability to spend on things like furniture has just been a little bit tapped. So the teacher in these situations have made do very well. It isn't like they're in crisis and kids are not in safe, conducive to learning sort of environments. It's just not sustainable and something that I would like to see continue beyond this current school year, which is why we budgeted for some of those replacements for the next school year. If I felt like it was having a major impact in a negative way, I think we would have shifted some money around and purchased the furniture immediately, but it's not that sort of an environment. It's a need going forward to make sure that we don't continue what I would consider to be an unsustainable situation for those particular rooms.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So Charlie,
I'm okay with 100K.
okay. Patty or Alicia?
No, I mean, I'm not to get too picky, but I think that, thank you, David. Sorry, I didn't mean to not thank you, but thank you. Is the library considered educational media services? Is that the line? Would that be the line?
Yes.
Yes.
And so between the middle school and high school, the amount proposed for new furnishings is only like $13,000. And I am not going to go backwards on. I really appreciate the work of the budget committee, but I guess I just That doesn't sound like a lot to get into that 100,000. So I don't know. I don't want to make anything more murky than it already is. But like my thought went to check out the data. I'm gonna go to the data and I'm not seeing it here, so. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, the information that Carrie provided to me says that there's 35,000 in STEM construction equipment, probably joined from a few lines, as well as approximately just under 65,000 for miscellaneous art, music, library equipment and furniture is there as well.
Okay, so it's not
So
just
it's
the
not just,
library.
it's not just one spot.
Okay.
All right, and Alicia?
I think it makes sense to expend the amount from the fund. What was it, 100,000?
Right. Okay. So, someone check me if I'm wrong here, but we could do that right now, right?
Yeah, no, we can just, I would love to leave today with a number as to what we want for that, this budget.
Right, so,
And so that would take us down from 26 million. Or, again, this is the general fund number that I'm talking about.
not operating, but general fund.
Yeah, the general fund would be from 26,409,280 to 26,309,280. That makes the difference from the default. Because those don't impact the default, so you do use 100,000 to squish those two numbers together closer. And
It'd be six something
that means
difference,
it's,
right?
yeah, that means it's about $700,000 difference now.
Okay. All right, so, unless there's more discussion, someone could make a motion.
I mean, we can just,
I'm not sure we need a motion.
Yeah, I don't-
Marcia.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
I don't think we're gonna need anything until we get down to the end with the number.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm just writing it down.
okay, that's fine. So other,
Carl Pruder's got his hand raised.
okay, thank you, Carl.
Is this working?
Yes,
Good. I had one question. The towns get revenues, ARPA funds. Does the school have, I noticed there was some discussion of things caused by COVID. Are there funds available to the school district that could be applied for some of this?
I'm gonna ask if Carrie is online, and if you can repeat that again. Please, I'm sorry.
she's,
Yeah, yep, and then make sure Carrie's on the.
Yeah, the school district, the towns have ARPA money, RPA funds that are available to them. And does the school district have a similar source of revenues related to COVID, especially as things were added because of COVID, et cetera, that could be justified?
all right, Carrie.
It might actually be a question too, now that I understand what I thought you said something different at the beginning. Okay, Carrie.
So the district has received some ARP funds. We've received some IDEA and preschool ARP funds and some homeless funds. Those funds will need to be approved at another board meeting to accept as unanticipated revenue for this year. So we would be using those funds to help offset costs that we're incurring this year. At least that was our intention.
And my question is, do you have you reached the limit on your wish list of things you want to buy, or are there more funds available?
So you're talking, right, so we have funds and we've already allocated in a sense what we intend to use those funds for. So we have ESSER 3 funds that we've already determined from the school board that we're looking to spend for HVAC project. And then in addition, we've received those IDE and homeschool funds that we're looking to use to offset costs for this year. So I would say but we need to have a public hearing for the last two I mentioned, the IDA preschool and the homeschool, because those are recent. So we haven't said we're going to spend the money yet from a board perspective, but internally we've had discussions that we need to use that money to help offset costs for this year. So I hope that helps.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, those, you know, especially with the ARP for special education, we have this year had increased, as we talked about before, increased costs that we're certainly weren't budgeted for or expected. And so it's great that we have those funds because that's why they were provided to us to, you know, help with those situations. You know, they're one-time situations, unless if there's other funds coming our way that we're not aware of. There is in ESSER, just because that's a conversation, there is another $500,000 in ESSER that is untouched, but that will be, it is set aside specifically for supporting gaps, learning gaps, possible social emotional gaps. We got to look into that a little bit more, but it's for learners basically.
We can't use that money for staff, for teachers.
In order to use those funds, we first have to go to our stakeholders and survey them as to how best to use it. I'm not certain that, well, there's two things to consider. First, I'm not certain utilizing funds that are set aside to support, you know, helping kids with gaps in learning is intended to be used to replace and pay for teachers like in the existing budget. It's more for supplemental. It might be utilizing our existing teachers, maybe for tutoring and things of that nature, but not necessarily saying, oh, I don't need to take that money, not budget a certain amount, but then, you know, pay for those teachers. The other piece of it is, and that we do have to be careful, specifically as it pertains to JGS, is that because we are utilizing the ESSER funds for the purpose of doing this HVAC work in JGS and RMS, so we're using federal funds to do so, we do have some maintenance of equity that we have to maintain for this year and next year. And what that means is we have to really watch our teacher-student ratios as well as our per pupil cost within the school of Jaffrey Grade School. If you need more information on that, Carrie might be able to talk to it. But those are some things we're watching simultaneously to all of this. It's kind of like the requirements with federal funds with special ed. You have to watch. You have to meet certain criteria to be able to receive those funds. And one of those pieces of requires you to have a certain ratio of your prior year's budget within the budget. You can't go below a certain amount.
So I guess I'm sitting here thinking about, you know, you started off with your slides showing like, here's areas in an order that we would look at them in order to help reduce the budget. Does the board want to engage in that and talk about you know, where the direction we want this to go?
It would probably, I wasn't gonna go here because I don't like
Okay.
the cause angst, but I guess, I just need to not be concerned about that. When we looked at, when you look at people who are furthest away from the classroom, furthest away from the areas of working with our students and so forth, and the educational, we've added some positions. You can look at the information over the years, we've added positions. And so we have, first of all, we have to, even in our normal budget here that I've proposed, we're having to balance which ones are the most important. So I already have, we have to decide kind of, we have a certain amount and we're still debating, what do we need in facilities, for instance, what's the most important thing that we need in facilities, and we're like people personnel wise, right? So we're looking at that. But specifically for this, in this 125,000 that I talked about, we would have to look at the safety coordinator role. And so I know that there was a lot of conversation about that over the years, but that is a position that, even though it's a couple of years old, that's one that we could look at. I couldn't look at the business office. I can't, I need more HR, can't take away HR. Student services, if you wanted the gut, the social emotional 4-year MTSSB processes and stuff, we could look at, a position there, but that would be, I think, very short-sighted. So, I mean, so in that area, that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about $125,000. That's salaries, benefits, and possibly a part-time secretary in that mix.
So, and there's a 31% increase in the high school in the counseling department under that I saw.
Mhm.
And I understand that, I mean, we need more people to provide support services to the students, although our student numbers have shifted a bit in the high school, but their needs have gone up. So it's intangible, it's the intangible support that we need. It's
Yeah,
not-
so when you look at that, like with the budget, the 31% increase, it's not necessarily a addition of staff. It would be, what we continue to do is look at our staffing and say, all right, like we have a counseling director this year, right? You probably would have seen an increase in admin over the years. We did that because we needed to, and it was a significant need. And what we did, however, was we didn't just add it. We also said, all right, this is going to be a position that's going to benefit all learners in a couple of different areas. And we removed a teacher who was, and it was an unfilled position as well. So no one lost, their jobs, but in special education to pay, for
Right.
a lot of that. So that's kind of how that works. So you're not looking at adding any more FTEs in the middle high school. I have asked the middle school, high school admin to really analyze what they're needing, because I do think that in real time, our social emotional needs are shifting. Like, it would be easy for me to say, we need two psychologists within the middle school, high school, and I wouldn't be asking for a lot. I'd be asking for a lot of money. I wouldn't be asking for a lot of like what we don't, we could use that. So the question is always looking at, in our budget, how can we get or mimic those types of services that would be good for us, that we need, that our kids need in order to be successful. And so that's what's happening there.
And I'm just gonna make a statement that there are community services, right?
Mhm.
And now family services and many other wraparound services that add support and mental health support to families and others. I mean, part of that could be that while we may not be providing more social and emotional, we might want to encourage folks to connect with services that are in the community that are already existing as nonprofit organizations or other means of getting the support, right? Like, we're not saying we're gonna. I'm
Yeah,
just saying, like, it's,
sure.
if we're in a learning community, like, we need to think more broadly outside the walls of who provides the support.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think we're doing that in that at the next education committee, David Fraser will talk about the work with MTSSB, working with the community partners and Minnetonka Center for Violence Prevention, Reality Check, MFS, like you talked about, a couple other locations, Antioch, we have working with individuals in our community right now.
Yeah, I mean, it just
So
seems
those
like-
things are happening. There's a lot of need. And that's really what my point was in the very beginning was it's hard to quantify that type of need right now because we knew it was high in the first place. It's just at a different level. And I'm not really saying anything that no one else is saying anywhere.
Right.
So.
So what does the board feel it can support in terms of the budget with the communities?
And, you know, the other piece is you may say safety coordinator, we just got that person and the person has done some good things. I can name you a dozen things that person has really done that have been extremely helpful to the organization, from the facilities work with the safety mechanism at JGS, making sure that was done, to the shades that are up there in all those places, all the classrooms, to working with the local community to get some MOUs in place, all the clocks, you know, that were, you know, all getting all those situated. So amongst some other planning that we've been talking about. So it's, you know, you will, regardless of what happens, you lose something. And so I just want to make sure you're aware of what you end up losing.
So I just,
I mean, the other option is to take away from the middle school, high school, but you're talking about then actually stripping programming away.
Right.
Yeah, and that's goes in the opposite direction as what I believe you want to do. Yeah.
so the question I'm sort of struggling with is how far down do we want to get? We've agreed on this 100,000. How close do we want to get to the default budget before we feel we've got something that we can, you know, get the voters to support?
I'm at the same place, John. I'm looking at, we're gonna come out of here with two numbers, all right? One of them is fixed, we can't change. The other one is one that we're gonna have to present to the voters to say that to convince them to spend X amount more than they have to spend. That's the bottom line, because the default is the least amount that they're gonna have to spend. So they're gonna have to spend something, we need to convince them that they need to, that we need to make them feel that they want to spend more. So what is it that we can tell them that's gonna want them to do that? We need to tell them one of two things: either this is what you're getting in addition that you don't get in a default. The other way of doing that is saying, okay, if you get a default, this is what happens. But I prefer to put it a different way, saying, if you have a default, this is what you get. But if you do the additional thing, we're not going to have to reduce or increase the class size in elementary. We're not going to have to reduce a safety officer. We're not going to have to do all these other things, okay? So that's the approach that I would take, saying, look, the default is a default, and this is what's going to happen because this is the max we can afford with the default. And this is the things that we need to invest in going forward if we're not going to reduce the quality of our education. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents. I'm looking at the numbers right now. they're big. Especially for Jaffrey, so.
Yep, thank you, Charlie. I know in the past, there's been huge campaigns to get budgets passed that were substantial increases. And it was campaigns by groups within the community that went out and talked to other groups in the community. I'm not sure that our communities are in that place.
So if I can, I'd just like to build on Charlie's idea, because I think ultimately that's what we have to do, what
To do,
Charlie
yeah.
just said. But the question is, what are those things that we can tell our community that we've cut from the proposed budget so that we can bring them something more reasonable? And what are the things that we're keeping? So they'll know what they're buying with that additional money, but they'll also know what we've taken out and what what the district is sacrificing.
So model 1 in the class size and all that, that was how many teachers?
That's 5, reduction of 5.
That was a reduction of 5 teachers in order to go to model 1 and do some of the blending.
There could be blending that would go in, yes.
Well, in order to keep the numbers within what our policy or about what the policy is.
Well, you wouldn't have to blend it all to keep it within the policy guidelines. You could take it and blend some classes together to reduce with it,
Reduce the size. Okay.
Yeah, so 2, 3, for instance, 2 in RMS would end up being around like a 14-to-1 ratio, whereas 3 would be a 23-to-1 ratio. So you could have some 2 3s if the school went together to kind of reduce that a little bit.
Yeah.
You might do the same thing with 4 5s. Could that's if you remove, yeah, it would, you'd have to make some decisions. And the reason why I didn't like put it in there as that, saying that's what would happen, is because you have individual teachers who might say, you know what, I can't handle that big of a change right now. There's a lot going on, and I'd rather have a class size of 23 and know that I know what I'm teaching and so forth and be able to handle that. That might be a more reasonable thing for that individual to do. But again, 5, it was the number to bring it down to default. If, for instance, I'm not advocating for that.
No, I know that, but so
I'm just
back,
saying we can do that and we can provide the education without breaking the, without taking programming away is my point. Regardless of what we do, I do think that we have to start looking at putting some people together to look at models for sustainable purposes so that,
yes.
I mean, no one thought this year in the last couple of years is going to kind of function the way it did. And certainly no one thought prices were going to go out of control and continue, by the way, to go that way. I'm concerned that our budget is what it is, and that by the next year, it's going to be very different, the needs. And I don't think the needs are going to be in the like, oh, things are a lot cheaper next year. Not for a couple of years anyway, I don't believe.
Well, from my perspective, I know academia moves like a snail, but I would think that if we're planning on making some type of change, that and that change is going to occur at the end of August next year, that we do have some time to make preparation and plan whatever we need to do over the summer. I mean, necessity is the mother of invention, and if it has to happen, it has to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I understand in the concept.
So we've got about a $700,000 difference with the Durant Fund money. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's basically what it is.
Okay, so if we were to find a way to take another 300,000 out of that, in other words, reduce our requests, our budget by 300,000 additional, we would still be 400,000 above the default. So do we think we can sell that big of a difference?
I guess my question would go to Carrie about that. You know, in terms of, I don't know if she can quickly on her spreadsheet come up with what would the cost be tax per 1,000. You're muted, I think, Carrie.
Thank you, Marcia.
Yep.
Yeah, just give me a second and I can tell you what that is.
Nick, could you please put those models back up on the screen while we're waiting for numbers? Since that's what
Yes,
we're
I can.
Looking at right now, would that be okay? Thank you.
I just have to stop screen sharing because I got to go back into my email because I accidentally closed out of it. So just a sec.
If we decrease the proposed operating budget from where it is now by $400,000, that would, hang on, sorry.
And Carrie, just out of clarification, do you mean decreasing the $26,409,000 number by 400,000? Or decreasing the 26,309 by 400,000?
Okay,
And John, did you say 300 or 400?
You're talking exactly the right thing. I would say the 300 off of wherever we are after the
The Durant,
Durant
after the
Fund.
Durant, so that results in a $400,000.
400 total.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Yep.
So that would be changing the general fund operating budget from 26,409 to 80 to 26,009,280. Okay. And for tax purposes, that would mean an increase to an estimated, these are all estimated,
Right,
increase in the tax rate to Jaffrey of $3.09 and Ringe to 94 cents.
Nick, could you put up the slide that shows where we'd be cutting, like that priority list of the cuts, please? Right
You
there.
want this one right here?
Yeah.
Anyone have thoughts about what John is saying and those numbers that Carrie just?
Well, from my perspective, I'd like to hear from Carl and Laurel, but right now, what that does in Range, the average home is about 250K. And that would be an increase, the default increase would be about $165. And the new budget at 94%, or excuse me, at 94 cents per thousand, would be roughly $236. 236, so we'd be going from 165 to 236. The default is 165. And the budget we're talking about is 236.
So Carl and Laura.
The proposed budget would result in an average tax increase for a homeowner in Jaffrey by $1,000. I think that the mean home value in Jaffrey now is $309,000, if you can believe it.
309. That's the average property, correct? Because some of these things are multi-family dwellings, is that right?
Pardon me?
Said some of these are multi-family dwellings, so that's the average property.
Well,
price.
this was just looking at census data last week. The mean value is about 325, but the median is 309. You know, that's an addition, right? An additional increase, right?
Well, it's a lot when you consider the county tax, the city, the town tax, and, you know, all of the other taxes.
And it's not the only amount that the district's going to be asking for.
It's 927 just for the budget alone.
I do think that the best you can do to get your proposed budget down, the better the chance
Of the warrant
that
article.
CBA has of passing.
And just to be clear, is this the 236 that would be added on to Ringe? Would that be on top of the 1343 that is the tax rate now?
Yep.
So I'm not sure where we want to go here, folks. We need to get to warrant articles and I don't disagree with what Laurel's saying. The closer we can get.
Well, you got to make up your mind at some point in time, you're either going to go with the default or you're not. And if you don't want to go with the default, you choose a number that you think, that you can take a shot at. And right now, we're looking at a number that's roughly, what, about 400? Is it 400 over the default? Let's see. It's roughly, let's see, 20. Yeah, it's roughly about 700 over default.
with this new change, with this new edit, if we did it? It was 300 over the default, right?
I got 18,1, 17,7, so that's 400, I guess.
In the Durant. I would be fine going ahead with this, this new number that Carrie gave us, with that's basically 400 removed. And I would be fine making a motion to accept that budget proposal.
But what are we removing to get to that number?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What are we reducing? What option are we picking to get to that number?
Looking at the order of cuts, I didn't think that we needed to pick one of those models at this point to choose. It was there. Am I right, Ruben? Looking at the cuts on the
Well,
board?
those are my recommendations.
Right.
So if you gave me the approach, like what I do first, I'd take in the number you just gave me, I would be looking at the first 6 items on that list. Anything more, I'd go into 7. I mentioned the personnel because I wanted the board to understand what that meant. That's all.
The middle items 2 through 6 add up to 283,000, quite close to our 300,000 mark. And then the fourth, then that 100,000 from Durant.
Well, this number 6, number 6 was some of that money that we were talking about that we would have been using for the Durant.
I see.
Yeah, so it would have been included in that a little bit.
All right.
I mean, I could go back and look and see, some other, I mean, obviously, if you give me a number, we'll go back and try to see, what it is we can do.
Right. But doing that doesn't mean we have to go with any of those models right now. Those are still in the discussion stages. Doing these cuts simply means this is what we're cutting. Doesn't mean we're choosing model 1, 2, or 3. It's just, this is this, right?
Right, no, that would be a very bad way to make a decision
yeah.
that has that much bearing on education and also teachers' well-being. So the point of those would be to show that we gave options that would, and with some thought of making sure that we still could, function in a way that was going to offer our kids the education that they needed. Some of those models would be, we'd want to start, if we want to start considering some different ideas, especially if we're going to have declining enrollment.
If we have to go to a default budget, that pretty much puts us at getting rid of number 7, getting rid of the teachers.
The
which
default
means
budget
that's
will
the conversation
remove
to
the 5
say,
teachers,
how do
yes.
we do these models now? If we have to get rid of that many teachers, then we need a new model. And that would be that time of that conversation. Now, I hate that means we have to wait till March to change a great deal, but I'd rather wait till March than make that change right now and get rid of teachers,
Well, I think maybe we ought to consider taking a step towards where we know we need to go.
Well, because the Durant Fund takes away that number 6 and then maybe 25,000 more, for instance. You're left with what are the top ones? 125, 81, 21, 36, and 70. I think that's 323,000, is that correct? Is 1 through 6, did you say that's 423,000? Is that what you said?
2 through 6 was 283,000. I hadn't put in the
Okay,
The
200, what did you say, 200 what?
283,000.
83,000, and if we did 1, that would be,
408.
Take the 75 out. put in the
that would be
75.
your 408, so that's your 400,000, your top 6. Yeah.
And I'm just thinking back to the model we need to shift to in the next couple of years. And is there a baby step we should be doing now to start that? I don't know. I don't
Is
know if,
that-
if you can.
Well, I think the baby step would be, you know, getting a group of people who want to look at models, doing the research as to what's the best approach to doing business at the elementary level. Because what I hear you saying is also, well, at least Lisa, this is you, because you said it. You could see the value in taking 6 out of the middle school. And you can see value in giving our students more opportunity with the pre-K. You know, in some of those models also, if you went to like model 3, for instance, you'd also split up the ILCs into the different schools as well, but.
I know JGS has been combining grades for a while now. For instance, there's,
Yeah,
I
they
don't know
have,
about this year.
they have a couple different groups who have been doing it anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've heard from some of the teachers, at least, that they enjoyed that. And I have learners at home who have experienced those fixed classrooms and really benefited, truly.
If done properly, it is a better model.
Mhm.
Is this something the education committee can be a forerunner in? It seems like that's the group that's already been discussing best models, and I don't know. I'm not on it, so I don't know. Yeah.
Well, there's 2 things, right? So again, it ends up being budgetary. This is, you know, more philosophical in nature. You do have a 2017/2018 policy, basically, that is the instructional design. And the instructional design promotes more cross grade level type of learning. So it's already backed up, and you said you've wanted it to a degree. Our 5-year planning, I think our goals committee, we've looked through that document. We've got to make some adjustments to it already because we've already started moving faster in certain places. So it's a workable document, but we have in there the development of PLCs. I should say the improvement of PLCs, and at the elementary level, you know, some of those models impact how well those are done, professional learning communities. I think also, you know, looking at personalizing learning, you look at the model that helps you personalize learning. So you got a lot of pieces. And so I think between the goals committee and the education committee, those could be some things. While not the goal of today, if the board is interested in us looking at things of that nature, again, getting some people together, some teachers together who it would impact and having them do some research would be important. In one of those models, I would imagine you'd want community feedback,
Yes.
right? I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah.
So am I correct in thinking that, did you say that line number 1, SAU personnel is basically the safety coordinator role?
I got those numbers from the safety coordinator and a part-time secretary. Those are the 2 locations that I looked at. again, I think there's a lot of value. We went in that direction. And you know, in order to really, like any, I mean, it's what are you choosing? You know, are you going to give up, you know, MTSSB, which would be in my opinion, would be destructive. And all that support going that way. You know, with anything that you're trying to improve, it takes time to get there. You don't just jump from point A to point Z. And so the person in this position, you know, has helped make a lot of improvements across the district. You know, it's what I talked about when we implemented this position, when people wanted a resource officer. I said, one, philosophically, I don't support it, a resource officer. There's a lot of reasons for that. But two, because it's the first thing that gets cut when you move forward, you know. And it just is because it's not tied to a specific, you know, it's not tied to the kids directly. It is in concept, it's an important, you know, type of thing to be thinking about. But in theory, if the, you know, I was asked an email versus with some questions from some people here. Are there any efficiencies? Well, that's what you have to go back to. Planning out, doing your plan and making sure that everyone's taking a piece of, you know, whatever that role is. That's how you have to do it. That's it's not perfect. But when you get to this level, it's people.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's the point. It's people. And so that you're just kind of seeing where my mind is going with how I would choose that. The board may say, absolutely not. We have been trying to get that going forever. You know, we've got to find another avenue to take that out, but it's going to be people. And it's going to result in having to go at the data. If we go to that graph again, you'd have to go to the teacher spot at the elementaries. That's where you have the ability to make cuts without taking away educational opportunity.
That's the question how the board thinks about this very important issue.
It's a question that I posed to the board via email and to the administration, and it's regarding the tuition hike for a residential 365-day-a-year student.
Yep.
And from what I understood from last week's meeting, it's a combined cost of $850,000.
Yeah. Finish your question. Then I'll
Okay.
get you the
And
answer.
so
Yep.
I have unfortunately some knowledge of what it costs to house someone in a nursing facility 365 days a year, which is $100,000 to $120,000. And if you added a full-time one-to-one person, and that's board, facility, you know, food, the facility, the nursing staff, that's always there. Okay. If you added a one-to-one person, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year at $30 an hour, it would be another $262,000. If you added a full-time PT, OT person and a full-time teacher, it would be another, say, $150,000. So you're at $510,000 or $520,000, which is still a huge increase from what it was before.
Oh, I agree.
And I understand that there's some state entity that approves these rates.
Yeah.
So my question is, who is the entity that approves these rates? And what recourse does the district or the board have to appeal that? Because it
Yeah.
just doesn't make sense. And how can the community help you do it?
Well, I think this is an interesting and woven together conversation. Again, I haven't spent a lot of time being political because that has not been our slant on how we've wanted to use myself. I get a little political. I sometimes talk. We have people in our community who think very differently than what I'm about to say. But I am going to say that the Department of Education makes that final decision. That when I said earlier that the Department of Education is making decisions and along with the legislature in New Hampshire, putting through educational decision-making that is not only philosophically deplorable, but it is, and that's an opinion of mine and of most educators, but also is economically unsound with no real plans on how to pay for anything because they haven't figured out how to pay for public education in the first place, which is why we've been having a conversation about people's property taxes being hiked. Okay. So all of that has to do with the legislature and the Department of Ed. But you have a commissioner who is able to do a lot and has been able to do a lot and has been untouched. And that's the governor of the state of New Hampshire who has made that happen. Now, Jen Horn has all the information on what your question is. So I'm going to ask Jen to reply.
So I don't disagree. Definitely, Ruben has shared a lot of the parts. The law that it comes from, just for informational purposes, is outlined in Ed 1129. If anybody wanted to look through that. And basically what the rate setting for the state of New Hampshire for any out of district kind of placements is set between the Department of Health and Human Resources and the Department of Education and the actual place that makes the set. So they petition to the DOE and the DOE decides what those rates will be. My understanding in this instance, this is about a 200% rate increase for our residential placements across the state this year that took effect in July. Was a big surprise for all school districts. If you read through the law, unfortunately, there's a lot of information there between the DOE and the private companies about them rate setting. There is zero information about recourse from school districts and the impact that has on the district. The rate is set and then we find out about it in July, and that's where we're at. For one residentially placed student in the state of New Hampshire, we're looking more at about 500,000, just under 500,000. So I think that the number there is we've got. I'm not going to go into details, but one residentially New Hampshire placed student is roughly $500,000 now, which is about a 200% increase from June of this year. And there is no recourse that I am aware of beyond the fact that the people who are putting these things into place are part of the DOE.
So Jen, the $800,000 number, where did that one come from?
There's potentially more than one residentially placed.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah.
You know, the lines are all of students all together. So yeah. Each, and you know, my gut reaction too was let's look at other placements, but there's a reason that people are placed where they are. And it was a statewide increase. It wasn't a placement increase. And Laurel, you're right on the money. All of those costs are, you know, that's about what they are. Did I can't get all of those questions? Were there other pieces in there?
So our only recourse is to talk to our state representatives and the governor.
Yeah, our state representatives, and they're going to be voting on some potentially pretty interesting and impactful legislation this year. There's about, I don't know if the number is 60 different bills that have something related to education. Mind you, these are a bunch of non-educators making these adjustments. Some of them are having to do with what's being taught in school, what should be taught in school, anywhere from physical education to what you are not allowed to say within schools. We've already been down that path a little bit. But then there's I think HB 607, with there's an amendment to that, 2225, I think it is. Somewhere around there, that it's about the educator freedom accounts, which we have people in our community utilizing that. There's some new language proposed, and of course they were trying to not have it go to finance in the legislature. There's a reason for that, because they want to, the proposal is to eliminate the amount of money as a stipulation of who can, utilize these freedom accounts. These vouchers is what they are, school vouchers. So right now I think it's 4 times the poverty level. I think it's like 70,000 for a family of 4, but they would say any family, doesn't matter, wipe it out, give them that cost. By the way, that would cost an incredible amount of money, millions of dollars. There was no plan to pay for those. There was no plan to pay for them this year. Again, that's going to be, it's all going to be paid for by the taxpayers at the local level. And so those are all things that are really important to think about. And unfortunately, that stuff's happening faster and fast and furious.
I would like to add in light with all this, that substantial increase in the residential care isn't random. It's it really is directly tied to the criminal activity that happened, that came to light this year. It was immediate, and there were structures put in place very, very quickly for all residential programming, including summer camps, which is how I was watching it, working at one in the summers. But the amount of work done to prevent any further criminal activity against children in residential care needed some extreme measures. And I know that taxpayers are paying for that now. But there were some extraordinary things that came to light this year that people are trying to fix, and it's just going to get uglier right now while they're trying to fix it.
So I'm backing up a bit because I thought someone had made a motion.
Yes, this is Lisa. I would like to make a motion that we accept the proposed budget as amended to remove the 300,000 and the 100,000 Durant. So total 400,000, but 100 of that being the Durant.
Okay. So that's the motion.
Second.
Charlie seconded. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Okay, John.
So just some input at this point. I think Alicia asked the question, where are the cuts going to come from? We have a list there. I think that's still to be decided, and I think, I assume that we're going to get more input from the superintendent on his recommendations on that. But the question that I just want to make sure, is this enough? Do we feel like we can sell this basically $400,000 difference between the default and what we're going to propose?
Well, I think, just my opinion, when I'm talking to the populace, most of this they won't understand, but they do understand cutting teachers and what it means to them. If they're parents, they're going to want to say, hey, why are we cutting teachers in elementary school? Or they're going to say, yeah, we should cut teachers. But I mean, that's something that's relatively easy for them to understand. and easy for us to justify. I should say easy, but
Easy to explain.
It's easy to explain and it's very practical. I mean, it's something that people can relate to. So,
Okay.
I don't know. Carl might be a better judge than I am of that, but they're gonna look at the numbers and they're either gonna go with the default or they're not.
And we have to be prepared to say, and here's what you're losing. Or here's what this budget is buying you that the default won't. Any other discussion?
Well, this
Okay,
is,
I'm not- Okay, go on.
this is Christine, and I feel like we're at this spiral. And, you know, we read about this in the papers, and I know it's not just our school district, but I appreciate the concern is to cut, but not cut too much, because what we could very easily end up doing is cutting so much to get down to the default budget that we end up chasing families away. And because they don't feel like the kids, their learners are going to get a quality education, and thereby even hurting the district financially even more, never mind like our duty to provide a quality education to students. So this really weighs on me now, is that I don't want to cut so much that all these families suddenly say, well, maybe we should go look into these charter schools. Whatever happened to this great school district? But I also am well aware that families are going to lose their earned income tax credit payments. There's inflation. And so I really appreciate this discussion and the need to balance both the increased costs of education and quality education while trying to be aware of what the impact is on homeowners and taxpayers. And I really do not want to cut any teachers at all.
Just going along with that, Christine, I think also we run the risk of, we've made some great strides in trying to bring both our programs up to a certain level and also our facilities up to a certain level, because over time that was pushed off and it wasn't paid for and things were cut. And we don't want to lose that ground either. So
Yeah, and just to add, just to play the opposite side of the spectrum, you're one of just a few districts that has a safety coordinator or a position like that. And that's a special thing.
it is, and it's something the people voted for.
And it's something that people voted for. I just don't know another place to get 100,000 specifically.
Well, I'll tell you this. What's going to happen is people are going to come to deliberative session. They're going to hear our discussion, and they're going to, before the voting, they're going to read our pamphlet that we sent out explaining, all of this stuff. The bottom line is they get to the warrant article, and the warrant article says, if you approve this, it's going to cost you X amount per thousand. If you don't, it's going to cost you Y amount per thousand. When that X amount per thousand puts your tax bill at over $1,000 from this year to next year on a home in Jaffrey, they're going to think twice about which number to vote for.
Yep.
And most of them, to be very honest with you, most of them probably will not read what's sent out, and they will not attend the deliberative session.
That's true.
So that's just, it's a practical matter based on my experience.
Mm-hmm. And there's more, tends to be more voters in Jaffrey than Ringe.
Now, if we're coming in above the default, then there are options that we have relative to education of people. I mean, there are all kinds of promotional things we could do. We can try to get through different clubs, get to different selectmen, make a pitch. We can do videos, we can do lots of things between now and February and March. But bottom line is, you know, how many of those, Rangers, 4,000 voters, how many of those are going to get to?
Okay. If there's any other discussion. All right, I'm gonna do a roll call vote then. John,
Aye.
thank you. Christine,
Aye.
thank you. Lisa,
Yes.
thank you. Charlie,
Aye.
thank you. Patty,
Aye.
thank you. Alicia,
Yes.
thank you. I say aye. 700.
Can you repeat the number and the tax rate?
Carrie, would it be possible if Carrie could speak and repeat the number that we just, that the board just voted on and the tax impact? And we say estimated tax impact.
Right, estimated. So is she there or?
I'm here,
Okay.
yes.
All right,
So you're talking about reducing the general fund, but the overall operating budget is what I'm going to state, because that's what goes on the warrant article. So the overall operating budget will be 27,530,232.
and
And
that's the operating, right?
the operating budget, correct. So that includes food service, grants, and the general fund. And for the estimated tax impact, that would result in an estimated increase to Jaffrey of $3.09 per thousand and 94 cents per thousand for Ringe.
Okay. All right, thank you. Everyone got what they need now? And we're ready to talk warrant articles?
Right.
So one warrant article would be what we just talked about. And then the other areas that we had discussed was a JREA, an article for the teacher contract, a 2-year contract, both ratified by the board and the JREA membership.
Mm-hmm.
And then and Carrie has some information on that. The other one that we had that we've been talking about at facilities and finance is 1, 2, or 3, depending on how you want to do this, warrant articles having to do with some facilities upgrades. And we can talk about that as well. Carrie has some of those numbers also. And John certainly is here and would love to have a conversation about it. I think that when I say 1, 2, or 3, we can actually split up. You can do one, let's say, for maybe it's 7.5 million or something like that for a bunch of work, over a period of time. Or you could say, we can do HVAC for 4+ million. Have another warrant article that says we're gonna talk about bathrooms and plumbing for another, whatever it is. And then we can have windows and doors in a third. If you're doing a lease, you have to make sure that you're doing it all from the same company, but you can actually have different like time payments out on those types of things. If for instance, you passed them all, that might be advantageous to do. That's a conversation that we can have. We also have, though we still have more conversations, and so we can only go so far today during this time frame about what I'm about to say, because we haven't really gone to the level of actually approving or deciding what to do. We have talked about some JRSSA possible warrant for that possibly. We still have more conversation to have had about that, but that's a possibility. And then, and that involves increases in pay and so forth due to staffing needs. Mostly the concept that we had talked about was mostly in the area of custodial work, but it could be, it would impact probably several. So we just need to have more conversations about that. And then we have our typical warrants that we talk about every single year. Student services and the maintenance reserve trust fund. I believe that you've all been sent. Am I correct, Carrie, that everyone's been sent some draft language or no?
So the warrant article draft language did go out, but it was for only specific things. It was for the building maintenance trust fund, and it was for the JREA. There was no warrant article language for the facilities because it needs to be determined whether we're going to move with a bond or a lease, and that will, the language will depend on that.
So do we want to talk about the lease versus the bond?
Would we be okay with having Carrie kind of lay out the options and go further into what, I just said, so that you kind of get the whole picture? Yeah, that would be great, Carrie, if you could. John, if you'd be willing to chime in if you want. Yeah, John's done a lot of work on this.
Okay, well, the options basically would be a bond, and that would be one warrant article. And the terms, you would have 10, 15, or 20 years. And then the interest rate would vary depending on the term. So 10 years was approximately a 1.5% rate. 15 years was 2%, and 20 years was about a 2.5%. When you're looking at leases, you would look at, I have 10, 15, and 18. They don't typically do more than 18 years. They could do 20, but they don't typically do more than 18 years. So the rates for a lease would be 1.92 for 10 years, 2.22 for 15, and 2.42 for 18 years. Now, just keep in mind right now, the rates are volatile. They're going up and then they're going down. So they're going to fluctuate until we actually lock in. When it comes to a bond, you don't know the rate really until you actually, the bond sale. So they can estimate and give you guidance as to what it is now, but there's really no way to know. And the leases are similar. We would get a proposal from them, from the leasing agency. The rate is locked in for 30 days. The board would make a resolution to move forward with the amount that we are going to lease. And then at closing, a year after that is when the first payment will begin. So it depends on closing. Now, to get in a little bit more detail, if say we closed in March, the first payment would be due the following March. So that would be March of 2023. The board could defer the first payment until the following July, which would be about a 16-month time frame, but that would increase the interest rates between 5 and 7% in order to do that. The board could also choose to delay closing of the lease agreement if we chose to go with a lease till July, and then the payment would be due the following year. Really, we should be closing at the time the work is supposed to be starting or prior to that. So that's kind of where we're at and the impact that it would have. If the longer you wait, the more risk you may be taking by having the rates increase on you. The options to separate out the leases into more than one warrant article, as Ruben stated, we can do that, and then you would have one master lease, and then it would just have lease amounts within that. So you could either have one total amount, depending on what passed, for one term for that full amount, or you could break the amounts up and have a smaller amount be for a smaller term. However, the bank it can only go through one bank, so the bank has to be willing to do that. And I'm happy to answer any more questions that I can help people with if you'd like. I know I sent some things out on what the tax impacts would be at different things, so it really depends on what we decide to do for dollar amounts.
All right, questions for Carrie? And Carl and Laurel, obviously raise your hand if you have something too you want.
Carrie, this is Lisa. Did I hear that we would need to get the bank's approval before deciding if we split that into 3 warrant articles?
No, it would only be if we wanted to do different terms. So say we wanted to do 3 million over 15 years, but we wanted to do, the cost of the other warrant article for maybe doors and windows that was $1 million and do that over 5 or 6 years instead. When you do those master lease agreements, it has to come from one bank. So that bank would need to be willing to break out the leases into different terms. You could just do one full amount for one set time frame. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So
And
when
the
I was
window-
looking, go on.
I was gonna say that just as a point of interest, the windows and doors and some of those types of upgrades were in the first draft of the budget. And then it was decided that we would remove that million plus. As you can see where we've come from the budget, we said, we need to budget what we need. This is what we believe we need. We believe with these windows and doors, our needs. But we did realize that being 2 million above default was going to be problematic. And so we did take that million, actually probably 1.2 maybe out from the original facilities lines that you had. So that's around the amount. I mean, you have some more specific numbers for today. They're different every week, but John can talk about, I think would be a good idea to talk about what are the dollar amounts we're talking about for the different types of projects. So that can inform the board as to what they think would be better, doing it in one warrant article or splitting it up. It's important to note that if the voters say no, it means you don't do the work in any of those areas that were set up for that warrant article. No means no money and don't do the work.
They can't say don't do the work if it's ADA compliant, correct?
Carrie, there is a good question, and the question is, if we're talking about ADA compliance, like doors, for instance, or bathrooms for that matter, but doors, are an obvious one here. If the voters turn the warrant down, let's say we had a separate warrant just for doors and windows, right? Would we not be able to handle maybe we wouldn't be able to do all the doors, but would we be able to like do a couple of them for ADA compliance purposes?
So I would want to get Gordon's advice, but that's legal counsel. However, my understanding is if you don't have it budgeted in your operating budget for those items, and then you have a separate warrant article for additional doors and windows, you can't do it. So you would have had to have specified that it's in your budget in addition to the warrant article. So we would need to add money into the budget to do
The
those
ADA.
doors and windows, right? Now, I would want to seek legal counsel advice to see if there's some superseding law relative to ADA that would allow it.
All right.
So Marcy, is it okay if I have John kind of give us a rundown a little bit?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is John Leclerc.
Yes, I'd like to go down through the numbers and also give you some of my concerns if we don't do something, because it just doesn't affect ADA doors. It affects other doors as well. But anyway, the HVAC, obviously, that's about $4,065,000 as of today. And that is continuing this building here, the high school mainly, and the middle school. We still have in the middle school about 7 or 8 Aeons air handlers that need attention, need replacing. And we have the entire high school. The high school obviously is at a big disadvantage. We have some old individual classroom unit ventilators that are on their last legs. So this $4 million roughly is to, it's going to be quite intrusive. I mean, we're talking about a lot of duct work that has to be done, but it needs to be done. We're talking about this whole building just being revamped with HVAC, and that's air quality. And if we want to continue to give good air quality, we really need to address this building because we have air handlers, like I said, they're on their last legs, and we're really pushing them hard. Last year, we pushed them extremely hard by keeping the dampers open by 80%, bringing in air. And we thought, well, this year we may have a little breather, but we don't. We're still hammering on those unit ventilators to try and keep that air quality up. But it's costing us a price. It means we're wearing them down sooner than we thought. The restrooms, that can be flexible. That's about $1.8 million for the restrooms for the whole district. I did go through the restrooms with Dave Dustin here at the middle school, high school, and tried to identify the ones that he felt that we really need to address, like the lobby bathrooms and the bathrooms upstairs. Some over at the middle school that has privacy issues, things like that. So that's the other grade schools. I kind of look at that, but I didn't have time, and the principals didn't have time to get with me. So I went at that one. I didn't pick them all. I just picked up the ones that I knew that they felt that needed to be done for staff bathrooms, for other upgrades. That we have some panels in other grade schools that are pretty bad. They're rusting. They're dangerous. They're just falling apart. So that was the $1.8 million. Can we adjust here and there? Yes. The schedule set up where we can delete whatever, recompute all the numbers. There's some flexibility there. The doors and windows, that's about $1 million, about $550,000 for the doors and 400 some odd thousand for the windows. Windows in the grade schools, especially JGS, we're finding some black mold starting to come in on some of those old wood windows that have been absorbing moisture for a long time. That's not good. We have energy efficiency problems in the grade schools with the windows because they've just been around so long, and whatever energy efficiency they had, they've lost it. I did not include the middle school windows because one, they don't really need to be replaced. They have some really nice Traco windows, energy efficient windows, and they can last another several years. The high school can be delayed another year or two. There are metal windows, and they'll be okay for a while. The glass, however, that's where a lot of the energy comes and goes, and that just has to be replaced as the seals break. Doors. My concern about the doors, and as Ruben mentioned, if the warrant article is turned down, which it's a risk, it could happen. And if we don't replace any of the doors, or if we're allowed to do some ADAs, there's nothing in the budget that addresses other doors that are falling apart. For instance, the courtyard, that manually has to be shut every day. Every day I walk in there, the cafeteria is freezing. Why? Because the door is wide open. It's not just that it doesn't shut, it's rusting apart. We have tried to fix that and fix that and fix that, but there's nothing more to do. I mean, the door itself is just falling apart, and we have a few others in the district that are like that. There are some over JGS. They're just oxidizing, and you can even see it. It's a foot to 18 inches just coming from the ground up. That is just deteriorating. I mean, you can shake the doors. The entrance to the RMS, whatever accident they had years ago when a car hit it, it was just kind of band-aided, and you can shake that. And we always get burglar alarm problems because those sensors and the whole system just shake so much. It's just not good. So that could be one, that could be ADA. The high school here, if there's any money left out of that Durant, the entrance could be replaced and be ADA compliant. That's about $45,000 for that main entrance to the high school. So there's options and so forth, but this plan right here doesn't include everything. It doesn't include all windows, doesn't include all doors, it doesn't include all restrooms. The HVAC does include everything in this building. So we have a pretty nice package once we're done. We are addressing the AON1 and the hot water piping for this school in the existing ESSER funded HVAC project that we're doing. It's just all the other HVAC air handlers that we aren't addressing, and we should if we want to continue good air quality. So is there some flexibility? Yes. I'm here obviously to defend facilities because I'm around and I see an awful lot. And I know we can't fix everything, but a lot of things just need to get fixed eventually, some sooner than others. So the concern I have, like I said, with the doors, if it doesn't get approved, the article, I don't have any doors in the budget. So that means none of those doors that really need to be done yesterday won't get done. And that is a concern for me because it's a safety problem, some of those doors.
All right. So I'm wondering, my thinking is it would be advantageous for us to have that broken into 3 rather than lumped.
Can I, sorry, this is Lisa. I'm just
Yep.
My understanding, if what I'm reading from before, maybe I'm really wrong, is that we haven't decided if we wanted to choose a bond or a lease. And if we did a lease, we don't have to do a warrant article. Is that correct?
No, we have to do our
No, you have to do a warrant article.
Right. What I'm trying to read the, okay.
So, well, the answer is technically no, you don't have to do a warrant article for a lease. However, the leases are usually offset by cost savings in energy due to the work that you're doing. So you would, in theory, reduce your operating budget by the payment that you would be making on that lease. That really doesn't apply in this particular situation because once we touch the bathrooms, we have to make them ADA compliant. So there's additional work that needs to be done to do that. So you don't really see the cost savings. So the recommendation by legal counsel was to do warrant articles due to the size of the dollar amounts we were requesting in addition to those facts that I just stated.
Thanks, Carrie.
You're welcome.
Marcia?
Yeah, John, go for it.
So it is nonetheless a major question here as to whether we're going to go with a lease or a bond. And one of the big considerations is that to pass a bond, we would need a 3/5 majority, 60% vote in favor. Whereas for a lease, it would be a normal warrant article only needing 50%. So that's fairly important. I think there's one other advantage with leases is that they can be paid off early. Disadvantage is that it's, the interest rate is slightly higher than a bond.
But at the 15-year level, they're the closest, I think, aren't they? With a difference of maybe $1,000 a year or something.
Marcia, this is Patty. I see
Yeah.
your logic in terms of going to 3 warrant articles and in terms of, not losing everything, knowing that not everything is going to get approved, or not knowing it, but anticipating that there's going to be some pushback. I like what John's saying too about personally, I think lease is the right way to go as far as I'm concerned, but I think people are so much more familiar with bonds that we're going to have to really help people get over the learning curve about the concept of using a lease. So that's just another education point in addition to the laundry list of stuff that we have to do. And honestly, I think the community does understand that, we're behind. We're behind in our maintenance plan. And that's not a dig on you. Obviously, you just got here. But I think trying to figure out how we educate them on the benefits of one versus the other, and also the term. And John, one thing that concerned me when you said, well, we can do this is okay for a few years. I mean, the 15, we're not going to have another opportunity to do something for a long time. So we better make sure we have everything we want in it to do, and not like only look out 2 to 3 years in terms of what can get done, because this is, once we commit to something, it's not going to be short term.
Yeah, I just know if we include all the restrooms, you're probably up closer to the 3 million instead of the 1.8 million. And if we add more windows, I think the windows at the high school is less than 100,000. But I mean,
I would hate to, just the way we're going, I can't imagine going back to people in 4 years and saying, oh, but now we need another $3 million that we didn't get a chance. I'm not suggesting we're adding $3 million, don't get me wrong, but it just feels like we need to make sure that we have a cohesive plan there and not shortchange it on the time continuum and the cost.
We do have cost and a cost analysis if you want to do all the bathrooms. We do have the ability to get it's like you said, it's another 100 to 150,000 right now for the high school. Middle school doesn't need to replace, for instance, glass. So you're talking, if you were to do all that stuff, the HVAC is what, 4.5?
excuse me,
4.5 for HVAC and the electrical.
4,065,000.
Was it?
4,065,000 or 4.1, call it.
Okay, so 4.1,
Yeah.
sorry, so four, a
Mhm.
little under 4.1 million for all of that. So that's kind of fixed. That's not any more or less at this point in time. The bathrooms, you got the 1.8 because we looked at the 3 million
Right.
that we had been provided in the breakdown and said, all right, that's a lot. Can we prioritize, put the most important things together? Yeah, so you'll still have mismatched bathrooms. Doesn't mean that they're not functioning properly or well. Depends on how much the board wants to get it all done at one time. The doors, it sounds like the doors and the windows, you're just talking a little bit extra for the windows.
For the high school windows. Yeah.
Well, and also to me, while you've got them here, let's just take care of that. You know what I mean? It just seems like it's not just the materials, it's the labor and the labor costs and all that. And we've talked about that with so many other projects.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, there's also another piece to this that's a complication, not a big one. It's completely in the board's power. EEI, who's working with us on this project right now and has, given us a lot of the quotes and things of that nature, having to do with this. John's done some homework as well and has tried to make sure that the numbers are correct. We can't just add on to the existing contract we have with them. It has to be a new contract, and that would require a board waiving a bid process in order to do that.
Right, didn't they say, wasn't there something about, something, I thought there was something advantageous, other than the obvious they're here, and we work with them, but I thought there was some other advantageous reason to do that.
Well, significantly, it's advantageous right now, it's relative to the HVAC work, because if we don't do it this time around, it may be a while before we're able to do that. But before anyone, if we go out for bid in that area, other places may already be doing that work and they're busy and it's hard to get people into your district. So part of it is that they're already here, and that's important.
Keep it going.
Keep it going if possible.
Yeah.
And then of course, while they're there and they're managing everything, getting the other aspects done. And they know our school buildings a little bit better than other people. And we didn't go with, in previous bids, we didn't go with like one of the companies, for instance, because their equipment was is it the word proprietary? Is that correct? That you had to use very specific equipment. And we were able to pick and choose some of the equipment that we had for cost savings with this particular group that we're dealing with.
In these prices, to be honest with you, when I did these numbers for windows and doors in the summertime, because I used to do that as a business for years, it was like $750,000. And when I got the actual numbers done from a takeoff that I did and gave them to the company to give me, accurate numbers as of today, the window companies and aluminum glass companies have gone up 30% since summer.
Yeah.
So that's why I went from 750 to $1 million that fast.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a moving target.
Yeah. Okay, so there's two things that have been talked about, bond and lease, and then also, one article or breaking it into three.
So can I just say something else, Marcia? This is Carrie.
Sure.
Just to follow up to Patty, I'm not sure if I understood what she was saying, but I wanted to make sure it was clear that the board would need to decide whether to go with a bond or the lease. The voters wouldn't be making that decision because there are specific timeline requirements for a bond, and I would need to engage bond counsel. So all of those decisions need to be made in advance. So.
No, I understood that. I was actually kind of saying, I'm leaning toward a lease myself, but I think.
Okay. It's really just a difference in financing.
Right, and I know how you get confused because I was talking about education, but I still think we need to talk about education of how we went in that direction so that people understood the expense of it. I mean, they're gonna have to pay for it. So us voting to go that direction still requires some education.
So can I get a poll, what people are thinking, whether it should be bond or lease? John, what do you think?
I think it should be a bond. I think it's too important to take a risk that we would stop our HVAC project if a bond fails, especially in light of that no means no provision. And I think a lease is the way to go.
Okay, thank you.
That was confusing.
Yeah, I was confused. Like, wait, what?
So what you're saying is you're for the lease because it has a higher chance of passing.
Has a higher chance of passing, that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, Thanks. Christine, what do you think?
I think we should go with leasing.
Okay, thank you. Lisa?
Leasing,
Okay, thank you. Charlie?
Leasing, I just wanted to add one thing,
Yep.
and that is, like a bond, once you lease, it becomes part of your default budget.
Right. Thanks. Patty?
Yep, please.
All right, Leisha?
Please.
Yeah, I think lease too. Okay, so if we're going down that lease route, next question is 1 article, 2 articles, 3 articles. So thoughts there, John?
I think that I would lean towards 1 article. The HVAC is the biggest, it's the most important. The other 2 items, the restrooms, doors and windows they're not insignificant, but yeah, I guess I would lean towards 1 article.
Okay, so for like a 6.9, roughly 7 million article.
I think it's closer with the numbers that we talked about. You, of course, can change the numbers and you can conform to it. And like if you, for instance, said it really can't be above 7 million, then what we do is we go back to the chart on bathrooms, for instance, and say, all right, let's narrow
Okay.
it down.
'Cause there's a
It's only
10%.
budgeting, right? So
There's a 10% performance in payment bond that has to be added to that number. So you're up to $7.5 million.
Okay. Okay. All right, so where was I? Was it?
You were about to ask me.
Yes, thank you.
I guess, yeah, I guess 1 makes sense, just so that people don't automatically just get rid of the HVAC. So I would say one warrant article.
Okay. Lisa?
I'm gonna say 1. I think the ADA compliance is more important for me, but so I'm gonna say 1. I think it'll be clearer for our constituents seeing this as a solid lease.
Okay. Charlie?
Having been through multiple warrant articles and leases on those warrant articles, I'm in favor of having multiple warrant articles. And the reason for that is that you can discuss each one individually. You haven't put all your eggs in one basket. If you have one warrant article and it goes down the tubes, you've lost everything. If you have multiple warrant articles, each one stirs a discussion at deliberative. Well, it actually starts with a public hearing, then with deliberative. And when you get around to the actual voting, each warrant article will have a price tag on it. Some people may say, yeah, I want to spend the money for this, but I don't want to spend the money for something else. So from my perspective, I would tend to say multiple warrant articles. And that way you're not putting all your eggs in one basket.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Patty?
Pass. No, I'm just kidding. I'm really, I'm torn because you're all making really good points and none of this is sexy. None of it. Like, we can't be sure that any of this is gonna spark anyone's interest in 4 months. It's really hard.
can I ask a question of John?
Absolutely.
That might help with this conversation.
Sure.
John, is the company, the primary, initially we were talking about HVAC, right? So if, let's play the scenario out that we have, let's say three different warrants. 1 for windows and doors, 1 for bathroom stuff, 1 for HVAC. And bathrooms and windows and doors pass, HVAC doesn't. Does this company, do we find another company? Is that the end result?
Find another company for what, HVAC?
No,
For the parking versus the.
Will IE,
no.
Well,
Will EEI
DEI, sorry.
will enter into the bathrooms and the windows and doors if the HVAC were to fail.
I believe EEI can enter into the restrooms because that's more of their expertise. I don't think they're needed for windows and doors.
Are they likely?
They would take it on because that's money in their pocket, but I don't need them to do windows and doors, but I would for the restrooms.
Okay. And even though that isn't as big a job, they would do that. Because that's their wheelhouse.
Well, they
So
were,
there's- Sorry, John. So there's a different piece to this too, because working
Okay.
with the leasing company, EEI would need to be able to provide them with all of the audit information for that work. So I think we would need to use EEI in order to be able to use the leasing option.
Okay. Okay. All right. Patty?
Do we know what the cost to the taxpayer will be for all of them, like as one thing? And then obviously it's the same number, but it will look different because it will come across three things. Does that make any sense?
So Carrie, did you get that question?
Yes, I did. So obviously it would be different depending on the dollar amount. So if we did it all in one, the tax impact would be that one full amount. And if we spread it out, it would be different. So for a $7.2 million lease right now, if we went with the 15-year term, the tax impact per 1,000 is approximately a 54-cent increase for Jaffrey and a 41-cent increase for Ringe each year.
And that's for the full amount.
That's for the full amount. So if we broke it out into different amounts, obviously that amount would be divided among the 3 warrant articles, depending on the dollar amount of each.
Fortunately, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go with one.
Right. Alicia, what do you think?
Oh, everyone has such great points. I think it makes sense to go with the package deal and just put it all in one.
Terrifying.
It is terrifying.
Yeah.
Can we hear from the budget committee?
Yes, I was gonna go
if
there
they
next,
will- If
yeah.
they want to. do that.
So Laurel and Carl, what's your perspective?
I'm inclined toward the leasing as opposed to a bond, although it is a higher interest rate. But I'm sorry, we were discussing one, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
interested in your opinion on both. So, okay.
Yep. I'm inclined to the leasing and I'm inclined to one
Lump it?
one cell. So.
All right, Laurel.
I'm going to go back beyond even talking about bond and lease, but talking about Patty was talking about, which is
Okay.
if this is your bite at the apple for the next 5 years, it needs to be a bigger bite.
15 years.
15 years.
Right.
It needs to be a really much bigger bite because I think that there are issues facing the district with respect to the fire protection system at Ringe and the septic system at Ringe, probably the water system at Ringe, which has had issues. Have we taken care of the transformer upgrade in Ringe? That's done. Okay, terrific. The maintenance of the playing fields here and that the drainage and making sure that we can use the playing fields. to their fullest capacity, I think is important. I think that the vertical lift systems and all the buildings are probably going to need work within the next 8 years. And for the past 6 years anyway, 7 years, the district has been sort of piecemealing the roofs. And I don't think anyone knows what the next roof to go is. Right? And so I hear what Charlie says about splitting it up into smaller pieces, because that's certainly the way the town does it. And they never have a problem passing them. Now, of course, the town meeting, not SB2, but I'm also concerned with if the doors are in a warrant article and there is no line item in your budget, I think you have to carry those 3 doors that have to be replaced in your operating budget this year, unless you can do it with this year's budget.
Yeah, it's unknown as to what we can do yet with this year's budget. We're tighter than we've ever been. So we have to kind of wait to see where we're at.
I thought I saw a $30,000 line for maintenance, building maintenance. Is that all you have?
That's repairs and maintenance for
Yeah.
school, but that gets stopped up.
Well, I know, yeah. My next, so that's my comment about how big this should be. I do have a question about and a concern that we just give work to EEI with no competitive bidding. I'm not sure that they're the best solution to manage your windows and doors contract. Wouldn't that be a different kind of general contractor? Okay. And that we're at this phase of the conversation, and do you have bids for furnish and install the windows and doors?
I have not put out. These are solid numbers.
Do we have time before deliberative session to have a formalized bid process done for the windows and doors so that the appropriation can be adjusted accordingly at deliberative session?
I think in order to do the doors and all the windows for the district, you need an architect takeoff to do a project. Because they have to measure all.
So it's, again, we find ourselves in a position of we're asking for the money, but we don't know exactly how much we really need. And it just makes it difficult. I agree, lease, because I think that's the only way you're going to get it to pass. It always really pains me to have to pay more in the long run than you might have to. I hope that the district can finish the capital maintenance schedule and come to the voters next year with a definitive plan and how that's going to be funded.
I would like to say too, Laura, that by the time you get to windows and doors, those numbers shouldn't high. Those are crazy numbers.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time. I can't really hear John.
No, I was just saying, by the
What-
time you get to the windows and doors a year from now, whatever, the prices that I just announced today are going to be much higher.
And
So to get an exact number is going to be pretty impossible.
And I'd like to add in to go back to a few months ago, John, you came to us and we had more than 2 hours with you really fine combing and saying, these are the areas that are really of true concern.
Mhm.
And then it was very overwhelming. It was a very long meeting, and kudos to you, because you really, without any scare tactics, told us the state of where our district is, building wise and facilities wise. And then we asked you, tell us the priorities, what can we do managing? And you outlined these 3 areas and saying these really have to be done. And at the same time, we're working with this company, EEI, who said to you, when nobody else was around, like, we can commit to getting this work done for you at a time when there are no contractors available. There is nothing. And to go out and bid right now, everybody is just strapped and booked and there's nothing. So we have a contractor on hand that we can trust because they've been doing work for us and done a great job. And we have a priority list that was exhaustive and very well thought out and truly well planned out. This isn't a random thing you're coming to us with. This is something that you really have blood, sweat, and tears over. And so I do feel confident that we can go forward with these 3. I wish everybody, like, I know that we can't put that 2 hours into the deliberative session or something and say, this is what we're actually dealing with, people. But I feel like you've pared it down and you've given us this kernel to work with, and kudos to that. So.
Oh, well, thank you. I still stand by that. It definitely is necessary, very much, to do. And I understand budgets and I understand the community and the taxes and all that, but I also understand what we're facing as far as what needs to get done. It's caught up to the district.
I think the district is really lucky to have John. And there's no doubt that since 2007, the district has prioritized other things over and above the facilities. And now it's catching up. Or it's actually caught.
Given the way it's gone this year, I would say caught is right. So, Patty and then Laurel echoed it, brought up, are we asking for enough if this is a one shot? Does anyone else have any thoughts about that?
What is the dollar value of the impact?
Well, what we are talking about, dollar value of the tax impact.
Yeah, so what would that? Yeah. 41 cents. No, not the tax, but
The amount that we take for a lease. 7 point, if you have the number right there, because it involves a 10% is
7.6 million.
7.6. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's really 7 million for the work.
Yeah.
And an extra $600,000 for the, what was it? The performance bond.
Right, but what will be the dollar amount added to future operating budgets?
Oh. Yeah, so Carrie, what would be the payment that we would be adding to future operating budgets? If we were to do a 7.6 million?
Over, excuse me, over 15 years?
Yeah.
7.6.
7.6 was, it's 7 million with the 600 performance bond. So 7.6, I believe, is what we'd have to take out.
So the payments based on the spreadsheet I'd want to confirm it with the leasing agency, but it would come out to $601,252.50 per year as the payment at the current interest rates. So obviously that number will change if the interest rates change.
So 600,000?
Yes, approximately 600,000. Yep.
Carrie? If
Yes.
the voters vote to approve a lease arrangement for work that you haven't even talked about, but you don't get to it for 2 or 3 years, you still have the ability to secure the lease, right?
I don't believe that was the intention of when we set this up. I believe the intention was we were getting it done within the first fiscal year. As far as spreading it out, I'd have to confirm with the leasing company that we could spread it out over that long. Typically, they start paying, we would approve the payments, so they have an escrow account that they set up for these, and then they would initiate the payments to the vendors directly upon our approval. So I'd have to see if they would be willing to extend it for more than that.
Okay, thank you.
For my 2 cents, I tend towards breaking up the articles. I would hate to see it all go down because of one thing. So what do we, facilities, I mean, like I said a minute ago, Laurel said something, also Patty said it, Laurel echoed it. And no one else, any thoughts on that?
I do have another thought.
Okay, go for it.
The board has already made kind of a motion of where they wanted to have the proposed operating budget. Is there and with removal of what was it, 400,000 total?
Yes, total.
What if that 400,000, it obviously means still reducing in those specific areas or finding other area or, whatever we can find to get the best, whatever it is. Would you want to put in the amount for doors, for instance, into the budget and not have that up to chance? Or like I'm going to the max with like the 500,000, whatever, realizing that Laurel has already said at least 3 doors or sets of doors or whatever like that. But so that you have one guaranteed thing. If the budget passes, of course, it's not guaranteed that there would, you still have a choice, as a voter to either approve the budget or take the default. That's a thought. And I mean, is that something? And then that might change your mind as to what you might do for a lease
The
option.
article.
Yeah.
Right. I
didn't want to prolong the conversation. It's just a different way of looking at it.
right. And
I,
it
for
seems-
long, have been an advocate of putting the necessary maintenance stuff within the budget. I realize that it's not been possible. And I realize in order to do that, you really, at this point in time, you have to take kind of a bigger chunk out because you're not going to be, you got to get the work done. But there are certain aspects of that conversation that, like doors, maybe windows, that could be put into a budget.
I would think
Instead,
that the most critical would be advantageous for us to put in the budget so that we can take care of the, doors that will not shut.
I guess I'm not comfortable losing elementary school teachers so we can shut doors at the high school. That's the next step, right? That's 7 is,
I was saying,
we got rid of
I
1 through
was saying,
6.
put the money back in, but prioritize it for facilities.
So-
That's what I was saying. I was not saying take out more.
Okay, so
Yeah.
instead of saying 400,000 from that original, say 350,000, 50,000 might be enough, or would we need 1 million?
I think we're adding back into the proposed budget.
Yeah, I was just kind of throwing another idea. Would that change your mindset around selling the proposed budget, you know, in a different way at a higher spot.
It's just hard because all of this work feels necessary. And
Sure.
those pictures that you shared of the bathrooms were horrifying. I just,
Well, and the bathrooms are the nice things.
so it's just, what do you go with as being really the priority? Because all of the work is, the HVAC work is realistically priority too. It could all go into the proposed budget. I don't know what the best option is. It's scary to think about the work not getting done. But I'm not sure what the best way is to move forward with making that happen.
What would you find with some money this year with some of the doors that need to be done?
I mean, it's possible, again, toward the end of the year, as we look at things like technology purchases possible, you know, if we're gonna remove some of this out of the budget. That we do have that. I just, usually right now, I can tell you, let's pre-purchase certain things or whatever. I cannot say that this year. Not when we have a potential, what, 800,000, it looks like we have 800,000 right now, that's kind of unencumbered and all that kind of stuff, and knowing that student services alone is going to need 670,000 due to increases that were unforeseen. Some of that
Ruben,
money, yep.
You were saying, were you saying put that entire 1 million? You were just saying like those few doors.
I didn't have a dollar amount. I just thought it was an interesting conversation. More
right.
than a few doors, which of course we could do that, and I can probably figure out a way to even do it within the confines, depending what that is and how much it's going to be of what we would have here already. But if you're talking about like, okay, if you split up things, what if the doors is the thing that gets, you know, knocked off or whatever like that? Well, then you can't do any of them. And so, but what, I don't know. I'm just trying to think, is there something there that if it doesn't pass, if you split it up, you get the opportunity of passing something, but you also have the risk of completely deleting something out of that is needed as well or necessary. And so is there something that out of all of those conversations that like, this is just, you should just get it done. It shouldn't even go to the voters as a separate item. I'm just asking.
We're not even talking about Jeffrey Grade School parking lot.
Laurel brings up a phenomenal point that we're not even talking about the Jaffrey Grade School parking lot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's another issue.
So just to keep things,
Confusing, go on.
what? Laurel mentioned the parking lot, and there's also the items over at RMS, which we still don't know about. There's other things we're going to have to come back for, whether we have to do a lease or bond to get them or find some other way. I think that's something we have to face down the road. But this idea of putting some doors into the budget, when you, Ruben, put that chart up there with 7 items on it, the 7th one being 5 grade school teachers, you also mentioned the possibility of just doing the first 6. And that first 6 amounted to more money than what we voted on. So there should be at least.
Yeah, by maybe $8,000.
What's that?
By just a few thousand.
No, it was more than that. It
It's like
was
33.
$437,000 plus the Durant money. Now, you mentioned the Durant money would cover that last item, subscriptions, equipment, supplies. But still, there's more than a few $1,000s there. And I'm not saying this is necessarily the way to go, but you could put something in the budget for doors. That way, if your lease was voted down, you could still do it. But on the other hand, we can't let the lease get voted down, because that would be a terrible disaster. I mean, we have to go out and sell this.
Either way, that's another good point, is that regardless, you're gonna have to sell it.
Yeah. So I think you probably want to put a smaller amount in the budget. that
I'm
leaves
seeing,
a
I'm
door.
seeing that maybe we try to see what we can do to fix the doors in this year's budget, if it's all at all possible.
Yeah.
Like,
We just have to keep in mind 60
yep, that's the issue. Otherwise, we would, okay.
Can I ask put a bizarre thing out there? So when we looked at the lease in the documents that were sent to us, I'll go back to where it says that the lease requires a governing board resolution or ordinance authorizing lease agreement, not a warrant article. And Kerry said that the legal department said this is such a big number that you really need to be a warrant article. But if we split off one of those, that might not be such a big number. Maybe we could approve the windows now as part of this lease and then go a warrant article for the other items. Just putting it out there.
Still has to be in the budget.
Hmm?
You're not gonna put it in a warrant article, it has to be in the budget. Can't spend it if it's not in a warrant article or a budget.
Yes, and we could budget a lease, but then if the budget doesn't pass, the lease doesn't pass that.
Exactly. So, you know, it's 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Right.
I feel like we're going in circles. Can we like
So-
read our options maybe, because my mind is spinning.
Carrie, from your perspective, your financial perspective, because we have a split group of going with a bunch of different warrants and with one. What is typical and what do you think is the best? I mean, you've had some conversations with Gordon.
I've had some conversations with him. As far as what's typical, I don't know that I could answer that as far as a lease is concerned, whether you have multiple or everything lumped into one. It's obviously available as an option. And I think the board needs to weigh in on how they feel the taxpayers will vote in those instances.
Can I make a recommendation that Leslie come up with some awesome infographic for this? Because she really knows her stuff. And that we're gonna need like really good infographics.
We're gonna need musical theater.
We are. This will get really interesting fast.
You're
All right.
talking about though for when we get to the meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carl has his hand raised. Is that okay?
Okay,
Marcia?
yep, that's fine. Thank you, Carl.
One thing is I'm sort of reconsidering the idea of one shot at this, and I'm doubting whether it would pass. And I think we're probably better off going with 3 or so warrant articles, just because I fear the whole thing would go down. Also, the idea of spending end of year money, the town does, but the school board have the ability to encumber funds that weren't spent in a year. Because if you have a big time, lead time, 16 weeks for ordering materials, you could still order stuff in May or June if you discover you have the money, but encumber the funds and not return them to the taxpayer or whatever.
Do you want me to answer that question?
Yes.
So to answer Carl's question, basically, the answer is yes, as long as we have a contract in place. So if we have a contract in place, we can, you know, which could just be as simple as a purchase order, depending on what we're buying. We could encumber the budget money into the next fiscal year to do that.
Okay. So that all sounds hopeful. if we have anything.
John has his hand raised.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah, I would just like to say that on the idea of splitting the lease into more than one piece, I don't have a strong objection to that. I know I suggested earlier that one piece might be a good idea, but you know, I see the wisdom of breaking it into more than one, I guess.
Right. Is there anyone else who has any strong feelings about any of this?
I have strong feelings, but they're all like worry and not.
Yeah.
I think. I like the idea of trying to get the doors done early. I can appreciate needing to get them on the operating budget for next year if we were gonna do that, but if we're gonna try and get them done this year, then let's just try and do that. I still think that we should ask for some more money, but I would split it up if we had hard numbers, and you make a great point, Laurel, that we've gotta have some legit,
Project.
costs.
Yep.
I know they're legit, I just think we need to have some harder numbers.
Right. So, John, is there, what would be number 4 on your list? And about how much do you think?
No. Oh, yeah.
John Leclerc.
John Leclerc.
Yeah.
You talking about the HVAC and the restrooms and the doors and windows? What would be number
Right.
4?
Those were your top 3. What would number 4 be?
Oh, I'd say definitely flooring, carpeting, because that is atrocious, especially in this building. It's not number 4, but I mean, that doesn't mean that hasn't be done.
It had a hole in it, right?
I mean, well, I'm trying to toss it up between flooring that has mold every summer and asbestos problems. I mean, we just have to, I think you have to address the mold.
Yeah, there's different types of flooring situations.
Well, and I think, right, so if you're saying we want to eradicate mold in windows, you want to eradicate mold, like, let's not try to do it over here and then leave it over there.
Right. And the other thing that this district has to be careful of is when we address especially flooring or anything like that, we have abatement issues. That is very costly. It's about $7.50 a square foot just to abate it. We have a lot of hot spots in this district. I had all that in the budget originally.
Yeah.
We took it out to try and bring it down, but it was all in there. That's why my numbers were so high, because I had to include all that.
So part of me thinks if we put out several different warrant articles around these things, this is also a way of educating. They may not all pass, but it's a way of educating.
Yeah, I guess I would maybe like to see some of the things that you took out of your budget. You know, adding to the laundry list of needs in the district, and parceling them out into different warrant articles and start somewhere. Reality is,
Right.
our facilities are in pretty dire need of repair, and I think PR is going to be the key to Patty's point, and we might as well start with all of it rather than.
No, I can do that because $1 million was windows and doors and about $250,000 was the flooring, the rugs and the abatement and so forth. That was the biggest chunk of that $1.3 million that was taken out.
So the doors, windows.
Parking
and
lot wasn't in my
flooring.
budget.
And it also.
The parking lot's about $1 million.
Health and wellness, I mean, really, quite a lot of it would fall under the category of healthy work, healthy environment.
And learner impact. I mean, I don't want to have to delay the start of school because we have mold in classrooms again. I mean, that impacts families, it impacts community, it impacts children.
So I have to go back to what Laurel
There's
said
some-
about JGS's parking lot.
That's
That's,
that's a close for, because we have sinkhole problems.
I
Right.
mean, we did take care, we took care of
One.
significant.
Mhm.
I have to say
And they
that,
do have parking space.
Right.
The,
So
work
far,
that
it
was
hasn't
done
dropped.
With the gravel area.
Right, but they were the only ones that didn't get redone.
But even if we can't do the parking lot this coming year, which we have some design and we have already done and kind of have some, we'd have to get updated numbers and stuff.
Need a new design.
You need
Mm.
design on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. There are some other areas, even just like walkways, pathways that I think, could be upgraded due to shiftiness. At the bare minimum, but that's something that I think we could also start to look in our budget.
So can I just throw something else out there too?
Go for it,
I
Mary.
know, there's also the Building Maintenance Trust Fund that we're looking to add money back into. So some of these facilities items
Might be
Could-
covered with that.
might be covered with that if the voters authorize adding additional funds to the trust fund.
Fine.
If they say yes to that, but no to the doors.
I don't think so.
It is my
If they say
understanding.
yes to that, and no to the doors, I believe we still can't do the doors.
Right.
So. I'm
Because
gonna-
you don't know if they said no to doors or if they said no to the money.
So I'm going to offer an opinion. And that is federal law supersedes state law. So we're talking about
ADA.
ADA, okay? And even if you don't do anything at all, the courts will order you to do it. Someone sues you, you're not ADA compliant, the court will order you to do the work, whether you got it in the budget or not. So I have no fear that the ADA compliance is going to happen one way or another.
and I would recommend when the warrant articles are written, that you make sure to include that language that this is toward ADA compliance. That goes a long way.
Right now, just my grandfather, never touched any of those, but we can touch them.
Yeah, don't mention that.
So have we given direction on this enough on facilities that we can get some language for several smaller warrant articles?
Yes. Do we?
Ruben?
Are you asking me?
Can you repeat that again?
I want to know, have we talked about the facilities enough to the point where we got a general idea of the direction we need this to go in, and that we can get some language on several different smaller warrant articles?
So the answer to me is I hear, two things. One, I hear that there's more individuals who would like to have several smaller warrant articles than one big one. I'm also hearing, the second thing I'm hearing is, because we don't have to finalize our warrant articles till I think it's January, is to get numbers on several different other items, such as flooring. So, dealing with carpet and problems that way. Laurel's given some very important, examples. Having to get new design for Jaffrey parking lot we might not have time for that one this time around at this point in time. But other things like, fields. And especially at the middle school, high school fields, and the drainage, that might be doable.
Can I, Ruben, as
Yeah.
far as the fields and the drainage are concerned, those may not qualify for this type of lease for
No,
as a
but they might,
financing option.
but they might for a, the purpose of the maintenance reserve trust fund, correct?
Yes,
Because it's something we own already and you're fixing something that already exists.
right, right. I just wanted to make sure it was understood that
yeah,
it
not a
probably
lease.
would not qualify for the leasing option.
No,
Oh, that's good.
that would not qualify for the lease, but I was thinking that would be a specific thing for that fund.
What about the RMS septic? That's worries me. We've had several issues with it just this year alone.
We would need John to have a microphone. Yep.
We've had school closed, haven't we?
The issues right now at RMS is more or less the leach fields, the tanks and everything are okay and they're laid out. We know where they are. They could be pumped and so forth. The leach fields, we just have no idea. And so far I haven't been able to find any plans that will direct me to where they actually are and where the test caps are. So we know that they're functioning properly when the tanks, bleed into the leach fields. That's the issue that I'm concerned about. So far, everything's been working. The tanks and all that, I'm not worried about. The pumping station is pretty relatively new in the last few years, and we have vendors that know that, and it has a layout for that system. It's the leach fields that we have a problem with. The problems that we've been having at that school and here are the interior pipes and so forth clogging up, causing sewage backups and so forth, which we're trying to address. Obviously, we don't know what next pipe is going to happen because we don't know. We don't have a layout of all the pipes, especially in this building. We have no idea where all the pipes are going. They should be laid out, which costs money to find out where are all the pipes. We had a problem with one particular one here that caused all the $100,000 worth of damage. Was that just that one drain pipe? So I would like to find out the leach field issue at RMS. We've been trying. It's not a lack of trying. We've tried the state. We tried the local planning board. They gave us a set of drawings, but that didn't identify exactly where the leach fields were and so forth and so on. So it's a concern, yes, but it's not been the problem with the backup problems. It was something else.
Laurel also mentioned, I believe, use a different language about this, but elevators. Did you say something like the upward mobility? Vertical lift system thing.
Vertical lift, yeah.
We get them inspected every year and they have been inspected. I mean, they're aging just like everything else in the building. We have one particular one over JGS that has some water problems beneath it. Of course, that has a problem more than just the elevator area when it comes to water problem, just like we have a lot of moisture that's coming up, popping some of the tiles up. So we're trying to address that too. Over here, we have a couple of them that's been giving us some problems, but they're safe. They've been inspected just recently and they're all okay. But they are getting older. I mean, they're old facilities. There's just a lot of things that are happening with these facilities. And my big concern obviously is the underground piping. And unfortunately, anything that's underground is not insured. And we found that out the hard way. And that was $100 and some odd thousand that we had to take care of because of the piping underground. That was just one drain pipe that caused the problem. There's more than one. So
we're gonna refill the hole?
there's 2 holes in there that we're trying to get filled. And so far we haven't been able to find any vendor that will do it. They'll do it with liquid, but I can't fill it with liquid and with concrete because I can't cover those joints and those pipes with that kind of material. It has to be sand or gravel. And so far, nobody will do it. We talked to the people that did a flowable fill over at RMS, but that's all hard. It hardens and it's got a lot of weight to it. And we just can't put that on top of those pipes. But it's an issue. We got to get it filled up. I can't get anybody with a shovel going in there because you're talking 10, 14 feet wide holes and 8 feet deep. And there's 2 of them right now under the Pratt that are not been filled in. So we're trying to, under the Pratt, 2 different locations.
Let's talk after this.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what I'm hearing, and Marcia, you can kind of help me out with, is that we're looking to split up into multiple warrants. We want one for HVAC.
Yep.
And we have the costs on that one.
Yep.
Am I correct that we want to have one for the bathrooms?
I think so.
The question, my follow-up question on bathrooms, is it the 1.8 that is doing, probably about 2/3 of the bathroom work that we were going to talk about doing? Or do you want to be more expansive with that? You don't have to answer it now, just think about it.
Think about it. Yeah. But the number for the more expansive was what? Was it 4?
3 or 3.1, one of those
Okay.
numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
Then was I hearing it right that windows and doors were combined? Or was that doing something different?
I thought the windows and doors were combined, and I wasn't sure if Patty even suggested that we throw the carpet to that, and that it's all about mold.
Okay, windows, doors, carpet, all in one that way.
And I assume you want the high school windows thrown in there if you're gonna do that.
Yeah,
Well, it's only 100,000 more, so at that point.
but there is a small subsection of doors that we would try to get done this year.
Right.
That's not necessarily the ADA issue. It may just be a construction issue. Am I
Safety issue.
safety issue?
And if it can't get done this year, we need something in the budget, I think was recommended too, right? So that it appears as a line.
Nobody do both.
We should have line items for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anything else on this facilities? I mean, I know there's potentially tons, but
Well, once you get some of those bigger things off, if we can, it makes it easier to then say, this is what we're doing every single year.
right.
Yeah.
So the 2-year building aid cycle starts up again. And if you think that you will be doing more in the next year, if we have any hope of securing any of that building aid, a letter needs to go to whatever that outfit is that manages it by January 1 this year, that we anticipate applying for it. And I think that they grade highly things like structure, ADA compliance, safety and security. There's one other thing. What is it, Ruben?
Yeah, I have it written down, so I talked to them.
Okay, but there's potential issue with the trusses at the Jaffrey Grade School. When you open up this high school for the dehumidification reinforcement, there are chances that you're going to have structural issues there, right? So I
Get the
urge you
funding.
to, I urge you to, we need the study done, right? And then, but we need the letter to go in just as a, keep that door open. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laurel. All right, what do we need to talk about on the other warrant articles?
Well, just that we'll have one for the contract.
Yep. The JREA,
Yep.
2-year contract. We haven't talked about the JRSSA and possibly something. We have to do that as a board before we can have that, right?
Yep, we
And
need more
then-
conversation. I have information.
Right, and then the student services and the maintenance, those trust funds, right?
Those are the other two that we would normally talk about, yes.
Okay,
We currently have $400,000 in the, well, maybe like a, $5,000 or $6,000 more than that, in the student services trust fund. We may, even with the ARP funds, we might have to tap into that still this year. That's how close we are.
okay.
And we've had to add situations this year.
That's what that fund's for.
Yeah.
So,
So do we still have a capability of handling how many outplacements with the existing funding?
How is the question? How many out of district placements could that $400,000 handle?
Yeah.
Jen, if you're still online, obviously not even one if you're talking about that other specific one you're talking about, but the typical out of district placement.
Maybe
is it
two.
Two?
When you look at placement and transportation costs, two
So I
at
would say
400,000.
We probably should start adding some more then. Because you could deplete that if just two people move in, so.
So what would we recommend putting in there? Ruben or Jen, do you have a?
Well, I don't
In
know
a
what Jen.
perfect world,
Jen-
I would say you need 750 as a, which maybe that's a little high, but I think that Charlie is spot on. We definitely had some new move-ins. People are buying homes in our community, so they're here to stay, and that's great and beautiful. But there's some cost in that. So one residential placement is, we're looking at 500, and that is not that could be a move-in in and of itself.
Right.
So I would say I think 5 is low. I'd say 750. I would anticipate that the cost of out of districts are going to rise next year more than we've even budgeted for. They are struggling with the same issues in the labor force that we are. They're going to have to pay more, and our prices are just going to rise. And I think we should be prepared for that.
So you're suggesting that we put, say, additional 350, 400 in there? Okay.
Ordinarily, I would recommend do this over a 2-year process. Because I'd want something to go in there.
I was thinking a multi-year, this is Patty, and I was thinking a multi-year process as well, because we're already like so heavy on the budget increase already in that area.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I agree with having some security, but I just don't know how we get there that fast.
So, Carrie, what's the turnaround time on CAT aid? Catastrophic aid?
What do you mean by the turnaround time?
In other words, if we encounter a catastrophic aid situation this year, when will we see the reimbursement?
Next year, yeah.
Next year.
So we're always a year behind.
Mhm. Yes.
So I'm inclined to put more rather than less in there for that particular reason. That if we do have a situation where we deplete the trust, okay, it takes us a year to recover that from catastrophic aid. And that's only a portion of it, so.
About 60%, yeah,
I would want to make sure that we have,
of the overage.
I'd push for at least 200 more in there. maybe
Oh,
more.
I
I
was
would
gonna,
think three.
I was gonna say 200 this year and 200 next year is kind of what I was thinking. But Marcia, you were saying 3?
I'm thinking, well, if there's 400 there and that's gonna cover 2 people potentially. If we put in 350, we would have a third and still have some buffer.
That's in a perfect world where we don't spend any of it this year.
Right.
But I don't know that I want it to pass, and I'm not convinced that if someone says, well, they have a budget of, they have this in it already, and they're practically wanting to
Double it, right?
double it, that's just not, I think I would go 200 this year, 200 next year. And I know, I understand everything you're saying, but I just don't know that I think it's just gonna look too expensive, and then we won't have it.
Well, if that's the safest that people think.
Well, it's not, it's just what I think, but. like,
Well,
nobody-
I think it's also what Charlie said. So there's 2 of you. Ruben was going to recommend that. What do other people think?
This is Christine. I agree with Patty.
Okay. Anyone else want to
Yeah,
weigh in?
I agree with Patty as well. We're already asking for a lot.
Okay.
Also,
All right.
it's John.
Thanks. Yep. John, thanks. All right. So increase 200 and 200 over, so 200 a year over 2 years.
I'm saying
Any-
200. But I was just saying 200 this year. I don't know what next year is gonna be. Next year, depending on how high the costs go, it might be a mill.
That's true.
I'm sorry, did you say 250?
No.
2?
2.
Okay, I honestly didn't hear. So,
No, what I said, John, was rather than 2 years, I'm not looking at it over 2 years. I'm gonna look at one.
Right, no, that's what I thought. But
Okay. So you're suggesting, Charlie, do 200 for this year and then do it again next year for whatever.
Now, he's saying that, how can we predict what's gonna happen? Let's just stick with this year.
Right. Okay. And
And then the last one is the
maintenance.
maintenance, yeah.
And have we exhausted that?
It's 0. It's
Yeah.
like,
Zero.
we have some money in it, but it's like, what, is it 18,000, Carrie? Or am I too high?
It's between 10 and 20,000 roughly.
Yeah.
It's low.
Okay. And we put what, 500 in that last year?
Yes, that's correct.
It was, yeah, half a million, and that went to the parking lots.
Yep.
Which was a great investment.
Yes.
So
And
what do we
then-
think this year?
She's straight. Budget committee representatives have both given the peace sign.
Okay.
To 200,000 is what I believe.
I think there's a lot
Okay.
of other ways you can use it. Okay. I agree with that. I think that 200 sounds good.
Yeah.
It's not enough, but.
No, it's not enough, but what are you going to do? All
Hey,
right.
we put 500 in the building maintenance fund, and then we turn around and added another 410,000 from the retained fund. So altogether, we put over, $900,000 into those parking lots.
Plus the 200,000 from the previous year's special warrant.
Oh, wow.
And actually, that was a great deal because you got both parking lots done.
Three
And
schools.
yet, people still complain.
Well, it's
Done, it's done.
It's done.
And it's done, and it's a great improvement to our facilities.
Much safer.
All right. So is there anything else on warrant articles we need to talk about tonight?
I don't believe that there is. Carrie, did you have anything else?
The only thing I wanted to add is whether or not these trust fund warrant articles are going to be based on any surplus that remains in this fiscal year, if we're going to raise and appropriate the funds for next fiscal year. Because if we don't have enough funds available this fiscal year at the end of the year, the only thing that gets funded is what was listed first and with whatever's left over.
And I would not, I don't think that we should, how do I say this? I think that each warrant article should be based on an increase in the tax. I don't think that we want to take anything out of surplus. Because if you don't have a surplus, you're not going to fund it, or you're going to partially fund it. And that has to do with the sequence of the warrant articles. So rather than go down that road, I just assume put it to the taxpayers. This is what we need, and why we need it.
That makes sense.
Agreed.
All right. So if we're done with warrant articles, the next thing on there is board committee updates, and I don't think that's necessary. We do that at our regular board meetings, and this is not a regular board meeting. Everyone okay with that?
Yes.
I was just gonna say that, and Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, just for the board committee updates. The education committee met this past week, and it's online. The video.
Not currently online, but will be online.
It
We have
will
the
be
video
online
too,
at some
but-
point in time.
In its entirety or edited or like just,
I would probably just do what we would do for a normal school board meeting, where obviously there's a bit of chatter while we're setting up, a bit of chatter before we shut off the feed. You chop the top and the bottom
them.
off. You
Okay.
add a little title card in the front that lets people know what the meeting is, and then put it up like that.
okay,
It was a really nice meeting.
okay. All right, public comments.
All right, so Nicholas Handy back again. I will put this back up for everybody to read. Just make sure you understand this policy before making a public comment. Again, if you are digital and would like to make a public comment, please just use the hand raise feature, first name, last name, and town of residence before making your comment. All right, I'm not seeing anything.
Great, okay, thank you. Next, board matters. Is there anything for board matters? All right, I'm not hearing anything. So can I have a motion for adjournment?
I'll motion to adjourn.
Is that Christine?
No, Lisa.
Oh, Lisa. Okay, thank you. I need a second.
Christine will second.
We both do.
Okay. All right. Either Alicia or Christine second. Thank you very much, everyone. We're adjourned.